Hey, good morning and welcome to RSE Day 2020, a really special day all about relationships and sexual health education for you in school or at home or anywhere else in the community. Great to have you with us, and we've got an amazing day lined up of art and craft. We've got dance, drama, poetry, music, and above all, we've got storytelling, which is storytelling about books I love to love. And that's our theme today, is love and happy, healthy relationships. Now, coming up throughout the day, we're going to be visited by special guests who are going to be teaching you and sharing with you their craft and their art and their stories. You can join in and you can send us your work, and we will feature as much of it as we possibly can on our gallery. Now, you can send your work to hello@challengenottingham.co.uk. That's hello@challengenottingham.co.uk. And you can find a full programme of today's activities at challengenottingham.co.uk. But we're also going to show you what's coming up at various intervals. And there we go. This morning, coming up, we have David Mellon giving us a big welcome, followed by a special assembly from Rose Hill School. Councillor Nagat Khan is going to be reading us the first story of the day. And then we're going to be visited by Manjit Sahota, who's a poet, and he's going to get us kicked off with some fantastic poetry all about love. Now, we've probably all got a favourite book about love, haven't we? I mean, I've got loads, and I've got 3 here I'm just going to show you. These are my favourite books about love. This one's called Look Out, It's the Wolf. And this is a very special story with a surprise ending. It's all about friendship, actually. Another favourite book, and this is my children's favourite story of all time, is I Love You, Blue Kangaroo. Just put your hand up if you love that book. I'm one of them. I think Kathy's one. Oh yeah, Glenn as well. Now, another great book when I was a kid growing up. This was a story that I think I read more than any other. It's called Danny, Champion of the World by Roald Dahl. And these are my favourite books, and I'm sure that you've got special books of your own that you love. And we'll be finding out today from all our special guests the books that they love about love, and also hearing your stories. Tell us the books that you love about love. Our friends at Nottingham Library have been pulling together loads of examples and recommendations, and you can find those at challengenottingham.co.uk. Books for all ages and all types of readers. We're going to be exploring 5 themes today: trust, resilience, respect, collaboration and communication. All these things help us understand what it is to have a great, happy, healthy relationship with our family, with our friends, with our loved ones. And they help us stay strong and stay optimistic. We'll be exploring that through the day. We've also got a very special guest this afternoon. Sid Sloane from CBeebies will be joining us at 2:45 to read a story and then talk to me about the things that he loves about love. You're going to need a few things today, like paint and glue, sticky things on hand to help you create. But above all, you'll need your imagination and you'll need to have fun. So we're going to be joined very shortly by Councillor David Mellon, who's going to welcome us to the day, and then we're going to have our assembly with Rose Hill School, and after that, stories and all the creative things which make RSE Day such an amazing, special day. Okay, so make sure you're relaxed. Mums, dads, grandparents, carers who are with you, teachers in the classroom, and the kids around you. Chat about healthy relationships, chat about the things you love, and enjoy RSE Day. Here we go. You ready?
Welcome to RSE Day. This is the day where we celebrate great teaching of relationship, sex and health education in our schools and in other community settings. This was first started in Nottingham in 2018, and since last year we've been in partnership with national bodies so that RSE Day happens across the country. It is really important that children have good relationship sex education. It helps them to keep safe, such an important thing in our society. It helps them to prepare for adulthood and what things will happen to them and to others as they grow up. It helps them to become kind or to continue to be kind and caring. We are so in need of kindness in our city, and our young people can lead the way. And it is also important that we have a positive approach to this that is appropriate for the right age group, so that from youngest children through to older teenagers, they get the right information and the right learning at the right stage. This year, we are concentrating on books I love about love. So that means books that are about relationships and friendship and families and just getting on with each other. And there'll be a number of stories being read in different places as part of today. I've been able to share a book, and I think it's on our website. And there are lots of good children's books that help us to think about friendship. One of my favourites is Stickman by Julia Donaldson, the Stickman has lots of adventures, but at the end of the day, it's back with his family where he feels secure and safe. Families come in all shapes and sizes, and we want our children to be affirmed and to learn about others so that they grow up in a healthy and natural way. So I hope today is a really good day for you. Thank you.
That's better. Can you hear me now? Great. Well, that's a bit of a start to the day, isn't it? We got off to a cracking start, and now we've had a bit of a fumble. But we're back, and we're back with you live, waiting for our special assembly from Rosehill School. Rosehill School is one of our schools in Nottingham City, and we've invited them to kick us off with their take on what makes a loving, happy relationship. We're going to be followed by a story with Nigat Khan, and she's one of our counsellors in the city. We've invited lots of special guests today to read us their stories, all about the things that they and the books they love about love. I'm going to show you something while we're waiting for our assembly, because I've got lots of things to draw with and paint today. And one of the things I do is with Blidworth Art Club, and that's an art club for children and mums and dads. And what we do is we get together and we explore our feelings and our ideas through drawing and painting. So here's a very simple thing you can do at home. Have you got a pencil? Have you got a piece of paper? Maybe you've got some felt tips, but I always start drawing with pencil, because if you make a mistake, then you can rub it out. Now then, to draw a very simple heart shape, start here in the middle, make a big loop down to the bottom, and then do the same here like this. Okay, you probably can't see that from there on the camera, so I'm going to use a pen to ink it in. Here we go, like this, like that, and then another one like that. Okay, and there's a lovely heart shape. Now I can paint that, and I'm going to go away and do some painting while you listen to the assembly. But Kathy, who's with me today in the studio helping out, she made this beautiful heart shape earlier. There we are, and she cut out some canvas, and then she painted it with different watercolours. You can see behind me here on the shelf we've got some of Kathy's pictures she's made. Very simple. Cut out some card or canvas, paint it with a heart shape, put it in a frame, and then you've got something beautiful to stick on your bookshelf. Maybe you've got a bookshelf at home or at school that's like ours, full of books that you love about love, and some pictures, and we've got some cushions, and we've got this fabulous heart-shaped balloon down here as well. I'm going to be also doing some drawing and painting later. We're going to make a self-care plan. We're going to plan out your best possible day of looking after yourself and caring for yourself. And when we think about things that we love and people we love, actually that's really, really broad, isn't it? I love my family. I love my friends. I love also lots of food. I love eggs. I love going on holiday. I love trains. Wow, the list goes on and on. What do you love? Can you think of a person that you love? Have a think. Okay, have you got somebody? That person's probably very special to you. Maybe have a think, why are they so special? Is it because you trust them? I guess it is. Maybe it's also because they care for you and they're kind to you. That's another good thing about love. Maybe they've done something for you or helped you, or maybe you've helped them. We like to help each other when we love someone, don't we? What about a place that you love? Have you got a happy place? Somewhere that you go to and you always feel good? I've got a few, and when I go to those places, I feel great. Just feel great because I'm in a happy place. Have a think about your happy place. Have you got one? I bet you have. And then maybe, what about something that you do that makes you happy? I love going to watch a football match, and I love going for long walks in the countryside. What about you? What do you like doing? Have a think. Maybe tell someone who's with you. Tell each other, what do you love? And then, of course, we all love food and drink, don't we? We all love nice things that taste good. I really love marshmallows, and I really love hot cups of tea. Have a think about what you love. What do you love to eat? I bet you've got something, haven't you? Probably more than one. So today, when you're thinking about love and relationships, think about the things that you love. Think about the things that make you happy. And then when you're listening to all our artists and our poets and our musicians and our dancers, then you can think about the things that you love in the context of what they're talking about. Don't forget also to use all your creative things in front of you, like your paints and your pencils and your sticking things, to create pictures. Later on this afternoon, we're going to have a very special gallery of the work that you send us. You can send us pictures, you can send us photographs, you can send us clips, you can also send us poems. And this morning, Manjit is going to be helping us make up our own poems all about love and relationships. So you have a go. Have a go at doing a poem about love, and then send it to us, and then we'll feature it on our gallery. If you send your work to hello@challengenottingham.co.uk, then we can put it in our gallery, and you can see that later on. Now, how many of you know CBeebies? Now, I watched a lot of CBeebies when my children were smaller, and one of my heroes was Sid. And Sid and Andy were like the Laurel and Hardy of CBeebies. And this afternoon, those of us who have always been Sid fans get to fulfill a wish we've always had, because Sid is going to be joining us with his own story. And he does lots of work in schools about health and well-being, and he really is somebody who loves to talk about love. Sid's going to be then talking to me. Wow. I'm going to ask him some questions. And what I'd really like to do is ask him your questions. So why don't you send me your questions for Sid? What would you ask Sid? If you could ask Sid anything, what would it be? What makes Sid happy? Where does Sid go when he wants to feel good? Where's his best ever holiday? You have a think about the kind of questions, and then send me the questions that you want to ask. And we're just getting ready for the Rose Hill Assembly. But first, we're going to go to Councillor Nagat Khan, who is our portfolio for education in Nottingham, and she's going to read us her favourite story, her favourite book that she loves about love. And welcome back to the studio. And we're live. Of course, you've probably guessed that by now with all the comings and goings. And that was Nagat Khan with a wonderful story to get us started. We've got loads of stories all the way through the day. I'm busy reading some of mine already. We're going to start our assembly program with a special assembly from Rose Hill School. Now, you may have had your assembly already in your class. You may have had an assembly online. We've had lots of online assemblies so far this year, haven't we? We've had an amazingly interesting year for being at school. Sometimes you manage to get to school, and other times been working from home and doing lots of study in your own rooms at home, in your own lounge or in the kitchen. That's been quite a challenge for you. We want to explore some of that today. What's that meant for your relationship at home? We've probably spent more time at home with our parents and carers than we're used to doing. And our relationship with our teachers has changed too, hasn't it, over the last few months? We haven't seen them every day. We're used to seeing our teachers every day when we're in school, but we're now talking to them over the telephone, maybe seeing them online. Maybe you've had a chance to go into school too and spend some time with your teachers in the classroom. Well, for all of you, whether you're at home or at school, here is an assembly with Rosehill School, and they're going to be talking about love and relationship and trust. They're going to be looking at resilience and also communication. That's a really important thing that we're going to be talking about with Manjit in a few moments. He's going to be talking about his poems and his poetry. Now, he does stand-up poetry, which is the sort of thing that you have to be quite brave to do. You have to practice hard, stand up in front of an audience. I think you can do that today. I think you can come up with a poem and share it with all your family or with your classmate. I love poetry. I like the poetry of a guy called Edward Lear, who was a famous nonsense poet. And he had lots of poems that, oh, hang on, I'm getting a sign from Kathy. Oh, we're ready to go. Oh, shut up. This is Rosehill School. Enjoy.
Oh, hello there. Hi, and welcome to today's RSE Assembly. So my name is Katie and I work at Rosehill School in St Anne's, Nottingham. And today's RSE Assembly is part of the annual celebration of excellent relationships and sex education that educates you, our children and young people, all about healthy relationships and positive sexual health. Now, the theme for this year's RSE Day is Books I Love About Love. And Read on Nottingham, together with the Nottingham City Libraries, have put together an extra special book list just for you, all about books I love about love. There are lots of books on the book list for you to choose from, but most importantly, they encompass some of the really important themes that you need to have a healthy relationship, and they are communication, support, respect, most importantly, love. Now, I need you to go and have a look at these books and all the other activities and resources that are available on the Sex Education Forum website. Healthy relationships will look and present themselves differently for everyone because we are all different and unique. However, these are some of the qualities that are required for a relationship to be successful and healthy. Love. Love is an important quality and it feels different for each individual person, but we must make sure that there's love in our relationship. We must also make sure that we give and receive respect, that the relationship is mutual and that our consent is given within the relationship. In the relationship, we must care and share. Relationships include being affectionate and thoughtful for the other person and getting that in return. It is about feeling content and happy, being accepted for who you are. Like we mentioned earlier, it's about communication, listening to the other person. Sometimes listening is the best thing someone can do. And by listening, you are being a support for the other person. We at Rosehill School have decided to learn about the story Guess How Much I Love You, which is written by Sam Brackney. And we've chosen this book because it is one of the books that we love about love. Because believe it or not, this story can teach us a lot of things. It can teach us about healthy, appropriate relationships. It can teach us the different ways that we can express and show our love and feelings for others. But most importantly, it teaches us the importance of doing that. Sarah is now going to use Makaton signing to introduce to you some of the key words and phrases from the story. Guess how much I love you.
Hair, hair. Guess how much I love you. Guess how much I love you. I love you to the moon and back. I love you to the moon and back.
Thank you, Sarah, for sharing those Makaton signs with us. Now I challenge you to use those signs whenever you read or hear the story. If you haven't read or heard the story before, then it's okay. Don't worry, because I'm going to tell you a little bit about it now. So the story, Guess How Much I Love You, is about two hares. We've got big nut brown hair, big nut brown hair, and we've got little nut brown hair. And big nut brown hair and little nut brown hair spend their evening just before bedtime expressing their love for each other in lots of different ways. Oh, it's talking to me. Oh, big nut brown hair has just told me that she loves little nut brown hair to the moon and back. I think my dog enjoys the story. Do you think you would enjoy this story? Coming up, we have two extra special characters that are going to retell their own version of the story. Guess how much I love you. Enjoy.
One sunny afternoon, Princess the guinea pig and Pumpkin the guinea pig were resting in the meadow. Pumpkin leant into Princess and said, "Princess, guess how much I love you." "Ooh, I don't think I could ever guess that," replied Princess. Soon it was Princess and Pumpkin's dinner time. While Pumpkin was eating, she said to Princess, "I love you more than I love this carrot." "Well, I love you more than this enormous carrot," replied Princess. "Ooh, what have you got there, Pumpkin?" asked Princess. But Pumpkin was deep in thought. "Princess," she said, "I love you even more than this whole cucumber." "Whoa!" thought Princess. "That is a lot." "I love you more than my special teddy," said Princess. "And I love you more than my special teddy," replied Pumpkin. I love you more than my cosy cottage, yelled Pumpkin. And I love you more than my cosy cottage, Princess yelled back. Then Princess had an idea. Princess jumped up on her cottage and yelled at the top of her voice, I love you all the way to the sky. Wow, I could never climb that high, thought Pumpkin. Pumpkin, asked Princess, shall we sit under the stars for a while? Oh, yes, please, replied Pumpkin. Wow, Princess gasped. Pumpkin snuggled into Princess. Princess, she said, I love you all the way to the stars. Oh, Princess yawned. She snuggled into Pumpkin and whispered, and I love you all the way to the stars and back.
Wow! What an amazing story retell from Pumpkin and Princess the Guinea Pigs. Not forgetting they're human, Abby. Now, this is going to be hard, but I challenge you to retell the story in your own special way. You could use hares, you could use dogs, you could even use a horse to retell the story of Guess How Much I Love You. At Rosehill School, we also love to dance. Now, Emma has made an extra special wake and shake dance video for you to join in with. time for our assembly to finish. I hope that you have enjoyed our Rose Hill Assembly today. And remember, today is RSE Day and we're learning about the importance of healthy relationships. And we are also investigating and learning all about books we love about love. So, enjoy your day, whether you're at home doing your teaching and learning or if you are at school doing your teaching and learning. Have fun and please share all your work with us. Look forward to seeing what you create. So, assembly has finished. It's time to say goodbye. Goodbye and enjoy your RSE day. Bye.
Hi, thanks for dropping in and welcome to RSE Day. And the theme in this session, communication. I'm Manjit and I'm a poet. I love writing poetry and I love performing poetry. I use poetry to communicate with others, to share stories and to show my emotions. I love writing poetry and performing it, and I hope this session inspires you to write poetry yourself. I'll give you some tips, options for some titles, and hopefully you'll produce some poetry by the end of the day. So, let's get started. Now, it's been a bit strange being on social media all the time. Zoom, WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Google. We've used social media to stay in connection with each other, which has been fantastic. To stay in connection with our friends and our loved ones. So well done. It's been really important. But social media is just a tool to communicate. It's just a method to relate. It doesn't replace a real relationship. You know, being in the same room, listening to someone telling a story or reading a poem, sharing the same space, appreciating each other's company, that relationship, that communication is so important. As people, we like using our language to communicate with each other, talk about the past, the present and the future. So it's really important. And there's nothing more I like than listening to the older generation, appreciating what they've been through, listening to stories of someone who's lived through it. So here's a poem about appreciating the older generation. It's called I Don't Have Facebook, but I Do Have an Instagram. Out of the blue she appeared, my mobile Instagram. She kisses me like a baby, but talks to me like a man. I treat her like Google. I know which button to press. It's the third one down on her cardigan, the one from M&S. She talked about the Great Revolution, the battle for the Baltic Ridge. I asked if she had any chocolate biscuits hidden in her fridge. Why do I love my gran? Well, there's no mystery. She's not a faceless search engine. She's living history. I tried to kiss that Alexa, but I think I turned her off. She's not like my instant gran. She can't squeeze out a wee when she coughs. I'll let my mobile phone die. I'll take my tablet back to the shop. But don't unplug my gran. I don't want her to ever stop. So don't hug your Apple device. Give your gran a call instead. Do it. Do it now. Before she goes to bed. Thanks. I like that poem. Some lines in there I really love. Out of the blue she appeared, my mobile instant gran. She did. She used to appear out of nowhere. I was always ready for her to turn up. And why do I love my gran? Well, when you love someone, that's a silly question. And she kisses me like a baby, but talks to me like a man. And she did. I was always a child to her, still am. But when it came to talking to me about serious things, she treated me like a man with respect. That's great. So, what will you do when you meet your friends again? When you meet up again? How will you respond? Maybe. Will you hug? Will you kiss? Will you shake? We'll work it out, however long it takes. Will you bow? Will you nod? Will you do the elbow? Over to you. Let me know. You see, I can't stop rhyming things. You'll find that once you start rhyming words, it's great fun to keep on going. I've got rhymes disease, which is good for a poet. So, that could be your first title of your poem. That's one of your tasks. You've got the option. Write a poem. When I see my friends. Off you go. Now, I'll remind you of the title again at the end. Now, you could also write a poem for someone you love. And it's all right to tell people you love them, or respect them, or admire them. And think of someone you love, respect, or admire that you would want to write a poem for. It could be someone now, it could be someone in your family, your friends, it could be someone in the future, it could be someone from the past. It's over to you. So, enjoy yourself. Words are brilliant, and if you're going to write your poem, take your time. If you enjoy the poem you've written, that's a brilliant start. And hopefully you wanted to perform it for your friends and family. So here's a reminder of your task. You could write a poem. When I see my friends. And you could write a poem for someone you love, respect, or admire. Or all three. So, I look forward to listening to your poems. I hope you've enjoyed the session. We've talked about communication, emotions, feelings, being able to share ideas, using poetry to communicate. I hope you're inspired to write some poetry, and I hope to see you again soon. I've been Manjit. Take care and stay safe. Bye. Now, how do you turn these things off? Ah, the off button. See ya.
Wow, wasn't that fantastic? 2 challenges from Manjit, and we're going to be hearing a bit more from him later. But first, it's time for another story. And here's Wendy Smith with Don't Make Me Cross.
It's great being part of RSE Day, continuing to use poetry and stories to communicate with each other. I think stories are really important. I think it's important to explain your history and your past. It's part of your identity, I think. Certainly my identity. You see, I'm Indian, but I'm also British, Asian and English, which is a really interesting mix. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of who I am. But it wasn't always that easy. You see, when I was a child, I was bullied for being Indian, the only Indian boy in my class and year. Some children used to pick on me. They'd say, I don't like the smell of your food, curry. Or, why don't you go back to your own country? Which was strange really, because I was born in England. So they were painful moments. They were painful times. Not easy, but I got through it. And you know, reflecting back, I think I'm stronger for it. I can now tell that story through my poems. So it's important to look back and reflect. I reflect back now when I'm eating a curry in a restaurant and I think, how did I get here? And the answer to that question is, well, the British Empire is part of it, and my father's journey. You see, in the 50s, there was a shortage of workers. There were jobs to be filled in England. So the call went out to India, to Africa. Please come and work in England. Work in the NHS. Drive the buses and the trains. Work in the factories and the foundries. So my dad answered the call from the motherland he called England. So in 1952 he arrived in England. He came here by boat and he arrived at the port. And the first thing he said, somebody's throwing pillowcase feathers from the sky. It was snowing. He thought they were pillowcase feathers. It was cold. So he arrived from India in a cold England and started to work in the factories. That was the part of his journey. A part of thousands and thousands of people who came to England as migrants, as immigrants, to make a home here, to work here, and to make a new life. So I'm here because of my dad and because of the British Empire. So here's a poem I'm going to share with you that describes that journey. It's called Empire Calling. How did I get here? Snapping on a poppadom, drinking Cobra beer. Who set this in motion? Dragging my father 3,000 miles across the ocean. A head full of dreams he couldn't abandon. Ended in the night shift in Wolverhampton. You see, you build your nation on mass immigration, then you blame us for the lack of assimilation. Who set the rules that we were the bait? Chased by the skinheads on the housing estate. Where do they hide, these voices of reason? An Englishman's home's his castle. To say otherwise is treason. You see, you built your commonwealth on the backs of the poor, from the east docks of Blackwall to the west Bengali shore. So don't blame the migrants, the immigrants, the poor refugees. When the empire's calling, we all sail the seas. For 500 years, they've tried to divide us, it's true. But we'll stand together, because we are the many, and they are the few. Thanks. There are a number of things in that poem, a number of questions asked in that poem. The trade route between India and England was built by the empire. A very big part of that was the East India Company. So from the Blackwall docks in East London to West Bengal, India, the East India Company started the trade. It was part of the Commonwealth and part of the empire. And those journeys are still being made. People have come to Britain to work and find a life. So at the end of the poem, I ask people to be sympathetic to people making that journey. To have empathy with migrants, immigrants and refugees. It's important to have empathy with others. I think it makes you a better person. And empathy is a very interesting word. Empathy. To understand and share feelings of others. To empathise. And that's a really important part of the journey. There are also a number of things in that poem. Things that you can maybe look up, Google, put in a poem. The British Empire. What was it? What is it? How did it start? Where is it now? Heritage. What is our heritage? Immigration. People coming here to make a new life. My father and the immigrants. Assimilation. An English identity. Assimilation's an interesting word. It means to blend into the culture. And I think it's important for people who want to blend into the culture and to be part of a culture, part of your identity. But it's also important to hold on to what you want to identify as, what you believe in. You see, England is made up of all kinds of people, all kinds of histories, backgrounds and cultures. England is a really good mix, a bit like me, a mix of a lot of things. And that's something to be proud of. So now it's over to you for your poetry challenge. I hope that's given you a lot to think about. And your challenge is: write a poem that communicates to others what makes you, you. What makes you, you. Now, you can think about your history, you can think about your heritage, you can think about your identity, and think about your personality. Tell people about yourself, celebrate it. So, a reminder of your poetry challenge in your title. Your poem. What makes you, you? I hope you enjoy doing that. It's been really good spending time together. Keep on writing poetry and take care. I'll see you the next time. And for me, bye-bye. I'll see you next time.
Welcome back to RSE Day 2020. We're here live in the studio. Delighted to say that Manjit Sahota's here too, and we're going to be talking to him in a couple of minutes' time. Can't believe it's already 1 hour in. We've only got 6 hours left, and that went like crazy, really, really quick. Coming up in the next hour, we've got some real treats with you. We've got the Autist Art Collective with Jacob, followed by Councillor Cheryl Barnard. We'll be reading the story, Brenda is a Sheep. And then after that, we've got Shamila Chady doing 3 really fantastic creative art activities. You're going to need a big piece of paper for that one. There's a heads up. So make sure you've got a big piece of paper, and then lots of paint and glue and sticky things and drawing materials. Manjit gave us a couple of challenges there. And we also had a challenge from Rose Hill, didn't we? We were talking about animals. What's your favourite animal? Have you got an animal? Put your hand up. Put your hand up in the studio if you've got an animal. Wow, all of us. Animals help us learn about love and care, don't they? We care for our animals. So here's a challenge for you. Send us a picture of an animal that you love and that you care for. And we'll put it into our gallery and send it to hello@challengenottingham.co.uk. Manjit also had some poetry challenges for us too. And I'm delighted to say that he joins us now live in the studio, where he's going to talk a bit about the work that he's doing. And here he is. Manjit, good morning.
Hello, John. Good morning to you. How are you?
Oh, fantastic. Really enjoying RSE Day. It's a beautiful day, both inside and outside. I was thinking, Manj, what makes you a poet?
Oh, that is a fantastic question. What makes me a poet is I can't stop being a poet. Once you realize that you have this passion to write poetry and want to perform it, you're drawn to every opportunity to do it. So most people go, well, Manjit, I don't really want to talk to you because you'll probably put me in a poem. And I love that. You can be like a poetry superhero and have a super strength, the ability to write a poem. So what makes me a poet? I can't stop being a poet. It's fantastic.
Manj, is it just you, or can anybody be a poet?
I think anybody can be a poet. I think there's poetry in everything we see. When you're walking down the street, going to school, when you're meeting your friends, when you're outside with your family, when you're in the world is full of poetry. And I think the way we communicate with each other how we use words, how we have a rhythm to how we speak, our accents, all the things we do is poetic in a way. And that's why people go, "Ooh, that's very poetic, what you said," even if you didn't mean to be poetic. So, yeah, I think anybody can be a poet. I think if you're up for it, anybody can perform poetry, because the feedback you get from people when you perform a poem is great.
Now, in your work, Manjit, we saw some examples there. You talk a lot about yourself and your sense of identity, also where you come from. What is it that you draw on from your past when you're thinking about poems now? And how does that help you think about yourself, care for yourself?
Oh, well, I think I treat my past like I'm on a sort of journey, and it's still continuing. Like I'm on a train, and I'm at the station now, but then I look back and go, where did I actually come from? Where was the last stop? And some of my memories are interesting, painful, funny, exciting, and after a while you look back and go, aren't we interesting people? What an interesting life I've had. And maybe I need to reflect a bit on it, because actually reflecting on some of the things you've already been through makes up who you are now, and I think in the future. So if you can do it, look back at your childhood and your memories and think, that's all about me, that's all my history, and to be precious about it. So I'm made up of all my history, but also all my memories and my experiences help me to be a better person, I think.
Yes, and Manjit, if we're encouraging people to write poems, we want people to write poems today and send them to us. Where would you make a start? That can be the most difficult thing, can't it, with any creative project? Just making a start. So if we were going to write a poem right now in the studio, what would you do to get started? Would it be things that you can see? Would it be about things that you can feel? Give us a clue.
I would go for all the things you think. Don't rush into a poem, but think about a word and think about a picture that word puts in your head, like love. How many pictures came up when I said love? How many pictures in your head come up when you say the bus, sandwich, swimming? How many pictures come up? And hold on to one of those pictures and then hold on to the word and try to put them together. So swimming, the sunshine, the beach, ice cream, you scream, we all scream. You know what I mean? And it doesn't have to rhyme, even though I can't stop.
It doesn't have to rhyme.
It doesn't have to rhyme. It can be rhyme, and it's really rhyme helps you remember certain things, because you go, oh, there's a rhythm here. But if you want a poem and you want to get a story across to people that's important to you or to someone you care about, just say it. The key thing is practice, keep going. The rules about poetry are there are no rules.
There are no rules to poetry. That's good.
There are no rules in poetry.
So I've got a poem forming in my head about eating sandwiches on the bus after going swimming. Maybe where you are at home or at school, you've got a poem forming in your head about some of the things that Manjit's been talking about. Maybe you've got a favourite poet. Manj, what was your favourite poetry when you were growing up? Did you have a favourite poem or type of poem? Who were you reading? Where have you got your influences from?
Oh, I love silly poems. So Spike Milligan, Mike Rosen, poems that make you go, really, is this a poem or is it not a poem? I'm not sure if it's a poem. Is it a poem? And you start going, no, it is a poem. Because if you like it, you like reading it, it draws you in. So poetry really, for me, should be exciting. So I'm inspired by writers who write silly poems, but also inspired by writers who have been using their poetry to send a message. So one of my favourite poets is Benjamin Zephaniah, who's a Rastafarian poet, an artist. He's been on television, he's performed around the world. So silly poems and also serious poems, but the key thing is to like the poet. And to follow the poems and to read any poetry. I think just read poems and write poems.
So we've learnt poetry is all around us. Anybody can be a poet, just like anybody can be an artist. Anybody can create music. And I guess, Manjit, that there's a real big crossover, isn't there, between poetry and music when we hear words in songs, when we hear rhyming in songs and in verse. And there's also a connection between poetry and drawing and painting and other forms of art. It crosses over really well.
Yes, it does. I mean, I always remember the lyrics of songs, and then sometimes I can't remember mathematical equations, or I can't remember schoolwork, but I can remember the words of a song I like, because you hear it and you love it and you want to hear it even more. And poems are like that. You remember your poems and you remember the rhythm and the images and the pictures of the poem. So those are the things you hold on to. And I think it's a great way of learning about history, learning how to use language. We're not all brilliant at using words, but actually if you start to play around with words and use them as little parcels, like gifts in a sentence, then you understand how important they are. And I think using language, because it's free and we've all got a voice and we've got a right to a voice, use it and practice it. And, I never get tired of talking, John. I could go on and on and on and on.
You don't say, Manjit.
I do. I've just said.
Well, it's good for us that you are good at talking. We've loved hearing your words. We've loved hearing your ideas. We're getting inspired by it. And I think it's also really important what you said there about some people aren't always really good with words, and words don't have to be needed for a poem. You can use things around you, can use objects, and you can use art. And Vanessa later is going to show us about how you do that with your body. But first, here comes Jacob with the Autist Art Collective. Enjoy. That's me looking at my schedule, tell you what's coming up next. That was great, wasn't it, from Jacob? We've got a couple of things for you now which are really going to get you thinking and get you creative. First off, we've got a fantastic story, and then followed by Shamila Chady, who's going to be taking us through some art activities which will involve you doing some drawing, some shadow drawing. It's a good job the sun's out, maybe able to go outside and do some shadow drawing. So you're going to enjoy that. First, we're going to have a story with Cheryl Barnard. She's one of our counsellors in Nottingham, but Cheryl's also a foster carer and a mum. She knows all about caring, and her story for us this morning is the intriguingly entitled Brenda is a Sheep. So enjoy that, and I hope you're thinking about your stories too. Don't forget to send us your favourite story titles to hello@challengenottingham.co.uk along with your pictures and poems. Anybody sent us a poem yet? Hands up if you've done a poem. Oh, okay. Thanks, Kathy. You've done one. Glenn, have you done your poem yet? Thank you very much. Okay. Make sure you send us your poems so we can put them in the gallery along with all your pictures, and tell us your favourite stories. Maybe it's a story that hasn't been written yet. Maybe you're the one who's going to write a book that you love about love. You can share that with us. here on RSE Day 2020. And we're going to hear from Cheryl Barnard now with her lovely story, Brenda is a sheep.
Hey up, how's your day going so far? I hope you're having a lovely time on this RSE Day. My name's Shamila Chady and I'm a community artist. I'm going to be spending part of this next session with you looking at the key relationship skill of respect. Now of course it's really
Hello, can you hear me okay?
to have respect for ourselves and for each other within all of our personal relationships.
Hello.
I think events around the world
Lovely. Yes, I
in
can.
recent weeks have really highlighted how vital it is for us to explore that theme a bit deeper and think about what it really means to treat other people with the respect that they deserve.
I can't hear you now though.
Also, in turn,
Something's happened.
what it means to demand that we are treated with respect that we deserve. So to do this, I've got 3 activities for you. 2 of them you can get on with right now with whoever you're in the room with, so that's going to need a bit of teamwork. The 3rd one is for you to go away and spend a bit more time on. So we would absolutely love it if you could share your finished pieces with us at the end of the day. And we're really looking forward to seeing what it is you come up with at home. So let's get started. Do you want to come a bit closer and I'm going to show you all the materials we're going to be working with today. The things we all need straight away for the first 2 activities are coloured paper and plain paper, or just plain paper if you don't have colours, some scissors and a pencil, something to colour with, so I've got some colourful pencils, and also you're going to need some way of creatively installing the things that you come up with. So I'm going to use a notice board and some pins. You might choose to use pegs and a washing line, or blue tack and a wall. And for our finished piece of artwork today, we're going to need a few more things. I fished an old cardboard box out of a recycling, which I'm going to cut a big piece of card out of. Now if you don't have cardboard, you could always find just a big piece of paper. The most important thing is that whatever this backdrop is, it's a bit bigger, at least, than your head and shoulders. The bigger the better, really. Now I'm also going to use collage materials, so for that I have a selection of old magazines that happen to have some nice pictures in, some scissors and some glue. I've also got some gouache paint and a paintbrush. So don't worry if you don't happen to have any of these things, because you could actually do this activity with any materials that you happen to have lying around. So to get started, we're going to write the word respect in big funky bubble writing on coloured paper if you have it, or plain paper if you don't. I'm going to use a pen just so that you can really see what I'm doing, but you can spend a bit longer sketching with a pencil if you'd like to. This is a chance to really show off your bubble writing skills, so be really creative with this. Here are all of my letters. I've cut them out, but I've left them blank because I'd like my helpers to be the ones to decorate them. The next thing we're going to do is pin them onto a notice board. You might, as I said, want to peg them onto a washing line, blue tape them to a door, or find any other creative way that you'd like to install these letters. The next thing we're going to do is work together collectively, see what everyone in the room already thinks respect means. So what is your personal interpretation of this word respect? And how do we have respect for ourselves and other people? So anything you'd like to add, there's no right or wrong. Write it down, draw it, colour it in and stick it onto your group installation. We've been taking it in turns to draw each other. We've just completed our portraits of each other and we've added lots of writing about all the things we respect and value about each other. Why don't you have a go? Project your shadow onto your piece of card or whatever else it is you're using. It might be paper. Spend a bit of time playing around, casting a shadow that you think would be really great to represent who you are, and then stay super still while someone draws around you. So now we're ready to decorate our final piece of art. You should have your outline of yourself, and I've just spent a couple of minutes with a felt tip pen just really boldening up that outline and making it look exactly how I want it. The next thing we're going to do is have a look for all the collage material that you've collected. You might have magazines, you might have other things to cut up and stick. Have a look through it and find any colours, shapes, textures, patterns, images, anything that in some way speaks to who you are. And then we're going to arrange those things and add other details such as with paint and paintbrushes, or you might want to use felt tip pens or anything else that you happen to have to hand. fill the inside of ourselves with anything about us, anything that we would like other people to respect and admire in us, and the things that we respect and admire in ourselves. On the outside, you could also add a little bit, maybe in some words again, or maybe in pictures, detailing perhaps how you would like other people to treat you, showing that you have respect for yourself and showing that other people have that respect for you. So what sort of actions do you want to see other people using around you? What kind of words? What kind of messages? So now I've been through my magazines and I've cut out lots of little snippets of patterns and pictures and colours that I would like to use. So I'm going to spend quite a bit of time really thinking about the shapes I'm cutting out and the arrangement, so that the piece flows really nicely. One little tip for if you want to really keep your outline nice and crisp is to, before you put your glue on, lay it down in a rough place where it's going to go. So I think this might go about here. Take a pen, some that already stand out, and if you just flip it over so you can sort of see where the contour lines are, and you can follow them with the pen to just mark out where that outline is. And then when you cut out that piece, it will fit perfectly into the spot that we measured it for, and that will just make your outline really lovely and crisp, and the way that things fit together will work a lot better as well. I've just made a start with cutting out some of my shapes and laying them out roughly where I want them. When you're doing a collage, it is a lot easier if you spend some time laying out the shapes first before you put the glue down. So I'm almost ready for my glue now. I've got a few more bits to do. Once I'm completely happy with it, then I'm going to get the glue out. I've stuck down all of my collage pieces, and now I'm adding all of the words that represent what I value in myself. I'm doing that with a paintbrush and paint, and also with a pen for smaller writing.
Be unique. Be you. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Respect is earned with understanding, and with understanding comes respect.
Thank you for joining us on RSE Day. We hope you enjoyed the art activities and we're looking forward to seeing your masterpieces at the end of the day.
Bye.
Hey, welcome back to RSE Day 2020. Wasn't Shamila's work fantastic? So many beautiful ideas in there, things for you to do. And I really liked that message. It's, you're unique. Manjit was saying earlier, wasn't he? Be you. So Shamila's saying it and Manjit's saying, be yourself. Be who you are. Be unique. I'm going to give a shout out to Middleton School who are doing an RSE Day bake-off. And we've got some lovely pictures from them. We're going to be showing them in our gallery. Have you got stuff to send us yet? Maybe you're still working on it. Shamila's given you some amazing ideas for art to create. Manjit gave us some fabulous ideas for poems. So we're right into it, aren't we? We've got poetry, we've got art, and coming up we've got more stuff too. We've got a bit of music coming up for you very shortly. I'm working on something here which is a self-care day planner. And a bit later on, I'm going to show you how to make this. Before lunchtime, I'm going to show you how to make this plan. And on my plan, I've got things to having a great day, home and places to go with people, things that you like to comfort you, make you feel good, and also how do you look after yourself. So I'm going to show you more about how to do that later on. We've got a load of things coming up for you now for the next half an hour. Take us up to 11 o'clock. We've got Anne Howard Roberts is going to be reading us a story, and we've also got Liam Bailey who's going to be doing a song all about cooperation. And don't forget our 5 themes today. We're thinking about trust, we're thinking about resilience, feeling strong, we're thinking about respect for ourselves, respect for each other, but also collaboration. How do we work with each other? How do we get the best out of each other? And how do we communicate? How do we communicate with words, but also with art, with our bodies? All those non-verbal things, all those ways of communicating are really important. So think about those 5 things that help us have happy, healthy, positive relationships and show us in your art. Remember, it all comes to hello@challengenottingham.co.uk. So you're busy now. When you're finished, send us your work, and then we'll be featuring that later on in our gallery show after Sid Sloane has been to read us a story and have a chat this afternoon. It's all going on RSE Day 2020. So here comes Anne Howard Roberts with your next story. Enjoy.
Hi, my name is Claire and I'm from Nottingham Music Hub. We're going to be looking at collaboration and cooperation through 3 very different pieces of music today. First, you will see a performance of Love My Neighbour by Nottingham musician Liam Bailey, which was part of the Hockley Hustle Festival in 2017. He was accompanied by a beautiful orchestral arrangement by UFO, the Ultimate Flyby Orchestra. Your task after hearing the song will be to explore the lyrics and possible meaning behind them, which may lead you to write your own lyrics or a poem or a story, or maybe to create a piece of art. What pictures do the words paint in your mind? What messages do you take? What comparisons can you make with your own life? We will listen to the whole song and then have a look at some of the lyrics in more detail.
I wanna give a big shout out to all those everyday people keeping their heads together, trying to make the ends meet in this man-made world we can't control. Every which one of us can be bought or sold. And send bad thanks and praises to all the lovers in the world. You keep doing you. Your heart is your pearl. Keep going till you get by. Keep your head high when you get by. Even though it's getting hard to live free, good souls are the best of me. I try and love my neighbor, even though my neighbor don't love me. Just lately I find life, it's been more like a test. Had my fair share of dark roads, fair share of sinking hard and emptiness. Even the luckiest man can't always be blessed. I was so self-consumed, more than happy to abuse. I nearly lost every good thing, nearly made all the wrong moves, but you can always get through. Keep your soul good and you do you. Even though it's getting hard to live free, yeah. Good souls are the best of me, yeah. Even though it's getting hard to live free, I try and love my neighbor, even though I know my neighbor don't love me. I try and love my neighbor, even though I know my neighbor don't love me. I try and love my neighbor, shine like you do.
Love My Neighbour by Liam Bailey and UFO. An emotional performance reflected in his voice and the way he sang it. He opens a song with the lyrics, I want to give a big shout out to all those everyday people, keeping their heads together, trying to make their ends meet.
I wanna give a big shout out to all those everyday people keeping their heads together, trying to make the ends meet in this man-made.
Keeping their heads together, a unity, a way of collaborating and cooperating. The chorus forms the title, I try and love my neighbour even though my neighbour don't love me.
I try and love my neighbour even though my neighbour don't love me.
Even though my neighbour don't love me. He strives to give something that he isn't getting in return. Think about the reasons that this might be. He sings, I say pay thanks and praises to all the lovers in the world. You keep doing you. Your heart is your pearl.
I send bad thanks and praises to all the lovers in the world. You keep doing you. Your heart is your pearl. Keep going. neighbor.
So with this line, he highlights that sense of unity, the importance of togetherness. So Liam, through the analogy of his neighbour, shows that you can strive to give something that you don't get in return. It's one-sided. How would that make you feel? Despair, lonely, sad, isolated? Or perhaps you think it wouldn't affect you too much? What if the love had been returned and there was a mutual understanding, a mutual respect, a cooperation? How would that change the story and the feelings of those involved? What does love my neighbour mean in relation to you and your life right now? Being in lockdown means that maybe you see more of your neighbours. Maybe your road is connected together on social media so you can all look out for each other, pick up some shopping, watch out for the vulnerable. Speak to your family about this and see if your neighbours are being supportive of each other. But perhaps neighbour doesn't have to mean literally the people living next to you. It could mean someone of a different ethnicity, gender, sexuality, maybe the whole of the human race. So for your task, we would like you to explore the lyrics in this song and consider what you think Liam is saying or what it means to you. What does neighbour mean? How does it feel to give something that you don't get in return? And what if the love had been returned? You could then send us your lyrical interpretation, or you could develop those ideas into a story, a poem, some lyrics of your own, or a piece of art. It could show a lack of cooperation and the feelings and emotions that come with that, or an example of full cooperation, a celebration perhaps of people collaborating and being there for each other. We look forward to seeing your creative ideas.
Good souls are the parents of me, even though it's getting hard to live free. I try and love my neighbor, even though I know my neighbor don't love me. I try and love my neighbor, even though I know my neighbor don't love me. I try and love my neighbor, shine like you do. Thank you.
What an amazing performance from Liam Bailey, Love Thy Neighbour. That really stirs you, doesn't it? If you want to hear that again, go to challengenottingham.co.uk and listen, and maybe listen again. I'm going to hear that many times, I think. I'm going to keep replaying that song. We're going to have a bit more music from the Music Hub in a short while, and we're also going to spend a little bit of time with Nottingham Library Service, who have been choosing really great books that they love about love to recommend for us to read. But a few moments ago, before we heard from Liam, I talked about creating a plan for your best self-care day. A day where you would plan in all sorts of activities that make you feel great, that make you feel loved and also help you love others. And I'm going to spend a few minutes now showing you how to create one of these, and then I'm going to get everyone in the studio to make one later in the day. But come with me now. And here we are, got a nice big piece of paper set up. That's better. I've got a nice big microphone now, and you can hopefully hear me now when I'm talking about how I'm going to create a self-care day plan. Now, I'm going to start by doing some nice big heart shapes. You know, we made some heart shapes earlier. There's one, and there's another one. I'm going to do one here like that. And you can do this on any old piece of paper or card that you've got. And each one of these hearts represents something that helps you care for yourself. And I'm going to make this one a home heart, okay? So this is about places at home where you feel great. And this one is going to be a people heart. The people, the friends and family, people in your community that you want to spend time with that make you feel fantastic. This one here, let's make this one a places heart. Places you go to feel really special. And of course, we also like to treat ourselves, don't we? We like to have comfort. So let's make a comfort one. Let me do a little ice cream shape there. That's for comfort. And this was places, wasn't it? Now then, the other one here, well, maybe this is the most important one. And the best symbol for this one is another heart, because this is you. Things that you do for yourself that make you feel really good. So at home, I'm going to draw what makes me feel really good. I like, on my self-care day, I'm going to snuggle up in a big beanbag with a good book. That's what I'm going to do. I definitely want some people. Who I'm going to have? I'm going to have some children with me, my kids. There we go. And my partner as well. And we're going to also maybe have a couple of friends come over and say hi. That would be perfect for me on my self-care day. Maybe come round for a cup of tea. I want to go for a walk in nature. So I'm going to go to the nature reserve and go and spend some time looking at the ducks. That would be perfect for me. But you might want to go to a sports event, or you might want to go and investigate some castles, or you might just want to go to the high street. You might want to go shopping. That might be you on your perfect day. My comfort, well, ice cream, I do like ice cream, but I prefer a big mug of foamy hot chocolate. So I'm going to have hot chocolate with marshmallows. That's going to be my self-comfort, self-care day. And what about me? What am I going to do to make myself feel good? And what are you going to do to make yourself feel good? Well, I think I'm going to write a poem. That's what I'm going to do. I'm writing a poem about Manjit. Do you know him? That's my self-care plan. Now I'm going to work on this, and I've got a nice template here, because what I can do now is fill in all my hearts and make my self-care planner look really lovely by painting it in. And I'm going to work on this while we look at the rest of the day's programming. We've got coming up for you Nottingham Music Hub with some more music. But first off, we've got Nottingham Library Service, who are going to be telling us all about the books that they love about love. Have you chosen your book yet? Have you phoned in or told us or sent us a message to say what your favourite book is? I'm going to carry on working on my self-care plan. I'm going to paint it in. I've got my big poster paints and felt tips too. I'm going to get Manjit to do one. Maybe you can do one too. Well, Glenn's put it on Facebook, so you can find the template there. My best self-care day. You have a go. Tell us how you look after yourself and the things that you like to do. So, what have we learned so far on RSE Day 2020, which is flying by already? We've had some great stories. We've seen some guinea pigs. We've talked about caring for animals. Have you sent us an animal picture yet? We've got schools who are doing all kinds of stuff, sending us their photographs and sending us their pictures of all the work that they're doing. Keep those coming. We're going to have a gallery display this afternoon. Manjit's been talking about poetry, and he's been sharing with us that everybody can be a poet. And hopefully you've been inspired, like I have, to write a poem, even if it doesn't rhyme. Well, that's fine. It doesn't need to rhyme. It's not a crime if it don't rhyme. what else have we learnt? Some stories. We've heard from Nagat Khan. We've also had great stories from Wendy and Anne Harrod and from Cheryl. We've also heard from David talking about how important it is for us to be kind and be kind to each other. So I know that you're really busy, whether you're at home or you're at school, and you're busy working away on all your stuff. So keep it coming and keep listening and keep sending us your stuff on RSE Day. And don't forget, here's the email address. It's hello@challengenottingham.co.uk. You can also use the hashtag, which is hashtag RSE Day _ I'll do that one again. It's hashtag RSE Day Nottingham, NOTTM, or at RSE _day. That's at RSE _day. So those are all the ways to get in touch with us. And in the studio, we've got Glenn and we've got Kathy, and Manjit's still around. He's going to come and join us again. I've got him busy doing his own self-care diary. Is it going okay, Manjit? It's going very well. Good to hear it. Okay, so I'm going to go and finish mine. I've got Glenn's going to do one as well. So coming up in the next 20 minutes, we've got the Nottingham Library Service, and we've also got the Music Hub with a bit more music for us. And then we've got a load of programming that I'm going to tell you about shortly, which is going to take us through almost to lunchtime, by which time you're going to have a break. And then over lunch, you'll be able to listen while you have your lunch and relax to an hour of music from the Music Hub, which we've specially pulled together all about our themes today of books I love about love and trust, resilience, cooperation, collaboration, and respect. I hope you're enjoying it out there, wherever you are. Maybe you're in the classroom and there's a few of your classmates with you and you're able to share stuff together like Middleton School are doing. Maybe you're at home with mum or dad or a special carer, maybe one of your grandparents. I'm going to get a sign here to tell me how long we've got to go. Oh, I've got a shout out. What's that? Thank you. Well, thank you, and this is a big thank you, to Dovecote School for your poems. We're going to find out and share what those poems are shortly. We'll do that in our gallery. You'll be able to look at our poetry gallery. And we've also had, now Kathy, I can't read your writing. What does it say? It's from Connor, Pollyanna, Joel, and Amy. If you want a shout out on RSE Day 2020, all you have to do is just send us an email to hello@challengenottingham.co.uk and we'll feature you. Here comes the library service and the Nottingham Music Hub. Enjoy.
If Every Child Could is a song written in collaboration with over 800 children and young people across Nottingham. Nottingham Music Service sent out the phrase, "If every child could," to schools and academies, asking pupils to write their own lyrics to complete the sentence. The response was phenomenal, from very emotional and thought-provoking lines such as, "If every child had someone to love, they wouldn't need to cry. If every child could be nice to each other, come on, let's help them try. If every child in the world could be equal, if every child in the world could be friends, if every child could have a future and never feel alone." The music was also composed and performed by the children and young people of Nottingham, and the portable recording studio visited all the different schools to capture the ideas, so every element of this song was a collaboration on a huge scale. The recording sessions were filmed and formed the basis of the accompanying music video, and here it is.
Something
For your task, we'd like you to take the phrase, if every child could, and create your own set of lyrics. What positive and inspiring message can you send? How can we use our words to unite and motivate, to inspire cooperation and collaboration? Maybe you'd like to collaborate with a parent, sibling or a friend in writing this. Or we can combine your words with others and create a new set of lyrics. Let's see what you can come up with.
Simply stunning from Nottingham Music Hub, another amazing piece. And we've got some more coming up for you too, for you to enjoy listening while you're working on all your activities this morning, while you're creating. It's not really work, is it? It doesn't really feel like you're learning and you're doing some teaching work and you're finding out about things, but it's not work, is it? It's just having fun, thinking and exploring relationships with creative ideas and creative practice. We've got a really busy hour coming up for you now, and Lewis and Joe are going to put up the caption card in a minute. Here it is, lovely, thank you guys. We've got the Nottingham Music Hub collaboration, 8 different themes. It's a real treat for you coming up with the Music Hub. We've got Councillor Shagufta's going to be reading us, I think, what is my favourite story ever, which is Frog in Love. And then we've got a display of how to make a heart with Caitlin Cook. We're also going to have a look at the resource for Nottingham City Faith and Relationships with Jane Lewis. Before Councillor Woodings reads us from The Huge Bag of Worries by Virginia Ironside. And then Helen Dennis and her sister Rachel talk about the books that they love about love. And that will take us almost to lunchtime. And then just before lunch, you get a special treat, which is me and Manjit talking about our self-care day diaries and our planners, and hopefully some feedback from you about the things that you do to have your best self-care day. I've started to put things in mine already. Maybe put a few more in. I'm going to get my paints out while we listen to some music in the next hour and hopefully make that a nice, big, colourful display. Now, what happens when you feel like you're in love with something that you're not supposed to be? Well, there's a frog who has that problem, and we're going to find out how that problem is resolved when we listen to Frog in Love, the fabulous story by Max Veldhuis, who created Frog for us, much loved character. Councillor Shagufta is going to tell us all about her favourite book. And I reckon, Shagufta, you might have chosen one of the best books of the day. Hard as it is, it's certainly one that's really close to my heart. And after we've heard from Shagufta, we're going to have a bit more music from the Music Hub. Maybe you saw yourself one of those kids in the Music Hub video we've just seen. Maybe one of those was you, or maybe someone you know. Some amazing voices. And the Music Hub works with children from early years all the way up to big teenagers and beyond. They do an incredible job of promoting music. And as Manji was talking about earlier, one of the ways that we can express our feelings about love and relationships as well, isn't it? So enjoy Councillor Shagufta with Frog in Love. Love knows no boundaries. What a fantastic sentiment that is. Big shout out to Fernwood School, who are loving doing the activities, and so is Southwold as well. Big shout out to Southwold. We're looking forward to seeing all their work come through. They're going to be sending that through to us later on over lunch and so forth. To hello@challengenottingham.co.uk. That's where you can send us your work, and we're going to see all the schools in our gallery show later on. But we've also still got Manjit with us in the studio, so let's use him, shall we? Hi Manjit, how are you enjoying the day so far?
John, it's been fantastic. I'm loving it. This is a brilliant, brilliant day.
I know you were really moved, like I was, by Liam Bailey's song Love Thy Neighbour, and we were thinking about the neighbours that we love. What about you? Are there any neighbours in your street, in your community, who you love?
John, my street is fantastic. Over the last few weeks, we've been coming out on a Thursday, clapping the NHS. I've made so many neighbours, met them, friends, and I can honestly say, yeah, I love my street, I love my neighbours, and we've got a much more friendly street than we had before. People share ideas, talk to each other. So, yeah, I love my neighbours, John.
Oh, I love my neighbours too. I'm really lucky because my neighbours, I took him some lettuce leaves the other day, and in return, my neighbour mowed my lawn. Fancy that. He didn't have to, I didn't ask him to, but they just wanted to. And I think that's one of the things we do with our neighbours, isn't it, Manj? When we do something with them, they do something back with us. Let's get into the Music Hub and have some more music. We'll see you shortly.
For our next task, I'm going to hand you over to Graham, who will be delivering a vocal collaboration piece. You'll hear 8 different musical ideas from across the world and see how they can be layered to create a piece of music. Wherever you're watching this, you may need to recruit some family members, friends, teachers to get involved and try and layer up as many of the different parts as you can. If you're able to film yourselves and send in the results, we would love to see them.
Hi everyone, my name's Graham and I'm from Nottingham Music Service. I've been asked to do a short session on some singing activity. So I'm using what's called the Voces 8 method, which is by the group Voces 8, and it's available on Edition Peters, and there are some YouTube videos that also support it, but obviously hopefully I'll be giving you an introduction into it today. Voces 8 are a professional music ensemble, but they also have an educational arm as well, which is where this comes from. And the method was developed after a study by the Institute of Education, and the activities are meant to help with students' numeracy, literacy and linguistic skills, both consciously and subconsciously, and hopefully we're also helping with mental health and physical health as well. So let's get straight into it and we'll do our first exercise. Copy back after me. Dumb, dumb, really, really dumb, really, really dumb. Tea, tea, a nice cup of tea, a nice cup of tea. Quiche, quiche, I like quiche, I like quiche. Now we're going to take the vowel sounds out and we'll be left with dum, t, ksh, t, dum, t, ksh, t. So I've also added the slap, click, clap, click. Okay, so let's try that together. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dum, t, ksh, t, dum, t, ksh, t, dum, t, ksh, t, Well done. We've now done the European pop rhythm. Jada, 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 jada. So now we're going to add our second rhythm, which comes from the Caribbean, and it comes from reggae music, and it's an offbeat rhythm. So can you copy back after me? Jada, 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 jada. Your turn. After 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jada, 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 jada. Excellent. So now we're going to put that with our 4-beat pop pattern. So after 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Jada, 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 jada. Excellent. Well done. So we've now got our reggae rhythm with our European pop rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Our third pattern comes from Africa, and it's known as the African Standard Pattern. It would normally be played on a drum called the Yoruba Bata. So copying back after me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. So we clap on 1, 4, 7, 8 in that first part. In the second part, we then clap on 3, 5 and 8. So copying back after me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Excellent. So now let's put that whole thing together now, and we'll do it through twice. So we clap 1, 4, 7, 8, 3, 5, 8. Here we go, twice through. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Excellent. So that's our African standard pattern. We're now going to add that to our European pop beat that we've already looked at, and our Caribbean reggae music offbeat pattern. So again, after 4, and we'll do it through 4 times. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jada, 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 jada. Excellent. Well done. So we've now got our 3 layers: European pop beat, our Caribbean reggae offbeat rhythm, and we've got our African standard pattern. Cha, 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 cha. Our 4th rhythm comes from Latin American music, and it's this kind of staple that you would find in Latin music rhythm, and it's called the clave. So for this, we're just going to use the cha-cha as the sound, and it goes like this: cha-cha-cha, cha-cha, cha-cha-cha, cha-cha. So join in with me after 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cha-cha-cha, cha-cha, cha-cha-cha. Cha, cha. Excellent. So now we're going to put that with our 3 rhythms that we've already learnt. So again, after 4, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cha, 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 Excellent. Well done. So now we've got our 4 patterns, rhythmic patterns, that we'll put together. Our next pattern comes from India, and it's called the Tintal. And the Tintal is a famous tala that comes from Hindustani music in the northern part of India. So we're going to sing this one, and we're going to do some actions as well. So first of all, can you copy back after me? da din din da, da din din da, da din din da, da din din da, da din tin ta, da tin tin ta, ta din din da, ta din din da. Very good. So now we're going to add some claps and some waves. So on the first pattern we clap, second pattern we clap, third clap and we wave, and then the fourth pattern we clap. So it goes like this. I'll demonstrate it first, and then I'll do it again, and I want you to copy it back. So da din din da, da din din da, da tin tin tin, ta din din da. Let's try that together. So I'll do it first, sorry, and then you copy it back. So da din din da, da din din da, da tin tin tin, ta din din da, da din din din, da din din da, da tin tin tin, ta din din da. Very good. So now we're going to try and put that all together with the 4 rhythms that we've already done. So get ready, after 4, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Very good. So there we've got our 5 patterns together. Do, re, mi, re, ti, do, do, re. Our last 3 parts are sung parts, and we're going to use the solfege system for the words. So if you've ever watched The Sound of Music, do, dia is based on the do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Those are the words that we use in solfege. I'm not going to teach the whole of solfege just because it would take too long, but it was made famous in Hungary. Composers like Kadai used this method for his teaching. So we're just going to use the words to learn the melodies. So the first one is do, re, ti, do, do, re, ti, do. And if you want to copy me back this time, do, re, ti, do, do, re, ti, do, do, re, mi, 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 re, ti, do. Very good. So that's essentially part number 6 in our theme. And then part number 7 goes like this. Do, ti, so, so. Copy me back. Do, ti, so, so. Do, ti, so, so. Do, ti, so, so. Do, ti, so, so. So quite a simple part there. And then our final part goes like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, so, la, so, la. 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 So, so, la, so, la. Okay, so that's all of our parts learnt. We're now going to put this into an 8 rhythm mashup. So let's have a go. And if you want to dip in and out of each one, we're going to gradually put them in box by box. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dum. 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 Jada. 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 So so sola sola Jamie 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 so sola sola. So I hope you've enjoyed our session. That's all of the 8 parts layered up into a performance. I hope you found it both challenging but also enjoyable. If you need any further details about the Voces 8 method, then please do contact me at graham.drummond@nottinghammusichub.org.uk.
So how did you get on? If you managed to layer even a couple of different parts together, then really well done. It can be really tricky to hold your own part when someone else is doing something completely different. Keep working on it, and please do send in your videos if you manage to film anything.
everyone. My name is Jane Lewis. I'm Vice Chair of Nottingham City Sacre and I work for the Anglican Diocese of Sutherland Nottingham. I've been really pleased to be involved in supporting the City Council in their support for schools with RSE. I believe it's really important to consider how faith can contribute to our reflections on what might make for good relationships between all kinds of people, relationships between individuals, relationships in families, relationships in our communities and across the world. Building positive relationships is key to enabling each one of us to know that we are valued as unique individuals who each have a unique purpose in this world.
Fascinating stuff, eh? I hope you're enjoying RSE Day 2020 just as much as we are in the studio. Big shout out to Ben and Ollie in Bury St Edmunds who are watching, and Cubby and Dora up at Blidworth Art Club in Blidworth, they're watching too. Not just in Nottingham, it's all over the country. Hey, it might even be all over the world celebrating RSE Day 2020. You can send us your art and your poetry wherever you are to hello@challengenottingham.co.uk and we'll stick it in our gallery. We're starting to get loads of stuff through, and Glenn and Kathy are busy putting together our gallery show for later this afternoon. So you've got to be in it to win it. Send us your stuff and we'll put it in. Now, we're going to have a story from Councillor Linda about the huge bag of worries, and then Helen and Rachel are going to talk about the books that they love about love here on RSE Day 20.
As a family, we've always loved reading, haven't we?
Absolutely.
And when you stop and think about it, so many stories are about love, lots of different sorts of love. And everybody from Shakespeare onwards, that's their focus, isn't it? Love and relationships.
And we've chosen a selection of books here which have different types of love, from Alexander McCall Smith, who writes about Botswana and Madame Watway's love for her country, to Francesca Martinez, who is a stand-up comic with cerebral palsy, who is very challenging about disability, but she talks about how the love of her grandparents, yo, she calls them, and her parents have made her the strong, confident person she is. I found it quite inspirational, actually.
And Harry Potter. What's not to love about Harry Potter?
Indeed.
So you start with Harry's parents' overwhelming love for them, and that, you know, how that saved his life, and Harry and Ginny, and then Ron. And when Ron finally realises that he loves Hermione,
which we realised from that book 3, haven't we, the rest of it?
Yeah, and then you've not read this, have you? A Monster Calls.
No.
So this is like what often is called teen fiction. So it's about a boy's love for his mum and how his mum's got cancer, and as a way of dealing with it, he sees cancer as a monster.
Doesn't sound entirely cheery.
Not entirely cheery. And I love Captain Corelli.
Yes.
So Captain Corelli, there's the love for the captain, but there's a real theme through it. It's marvellous prose around a father's love for his daughter. Then we've chosen Handmaid's Tale, which you wouldn't think of necessarily as a love story, but it's clear that her love for her husband, so Offred's love for her husband and her child, and how love can be corrupted.
Yeah, and used, and how what's something that you'd like to think is a product of love, a child in that situation is not that, it's something quite different. But when she's pregnant, how she then puts that first, and that's what makes her want to escape.
Over and above anything else.
Yeah.
And all of those books, a lot of the books that we read when we were children, they were really teaching us about relationships and
Yeah.
different sorts of relationships. And it's probably stories are even more important for autistic children, young people, than perhaps neurotypical ones.
I think it gives people a bit of a script. It gives people a way in to have those discussions. So a couple of the choices I've done here: This Charming Man by Marion Keyes and A Thousand Splendid Suns by Khaled Hosseini. Both of those books have elements of abuse as well. And I guess what's important is to be able to have those conversations, because sometimes literature might be the way of opening up. And if somebody's very articulate, as these authors are, that might give somebody the words, especially if they're not neurologically typical, might give them the words they couldn't find.
Your way of talking about what a healthy relationship is like, because often social media bombards with, one way of seeing the world, and with autism we'd think about social stories, wouldn't we?
Sure,
as
yes.
a way of starting to think about this is what might happen in a relationship, this is what might happen in a friendship. These are what the love in our family is like.
Yes, I think social stories are very successful in doing that. And I suppose that's almost an initial way of storytelling leading up to some of these stories as a way in. And Harry Potter seems to have such a wide audience, theologically diverse. It's interesting.
Well, there's nobody who is identified as autistic, is there? In Harry Potter, but there are a number of people that you might think of as neurodivergent.
With RSE Day 2020 morning session. Didn't that go amazingly quickly, and what amazing things we've seen? We're going to have a little break for lunch, but during lunchtime we're going to be entertained by more music from the amazing Nottingham Music Hub. So while you're having your lunch and doing some more artwork and just having a bit of a well-earned rest, make sure that you're still tuned in, and we're going to be back at 1 o'clock with the afternoon programme and loads more stuff celebrating relationships and sexual health education for RSE Day 2020. Got a couple more shout outs for us. Walter Hall School are busy. Hello guys, well done. And also Dovecote Primary working together. Got Lila and Kathleen, Sophie, Joseph, Jack and Seren. Well done guys, keep it up, stay with us through the afternoon. Now earlier on, I started doing a self-care day plan for my best self-care day. And some of you have already started sending us your examples. We'll be featuring those later and they look fantastic. But let's go over and see what I've done to mine, because I'm sort of finished. Well, I say finished. I've just got a bit more to do here with my colouring. And of course, as you know, when you're doing a painting or a drawing, it's hard to know when enough is enough. But I think that if I put in some blue colour here to finish off that, to make a nice surround, and you can see in my 5 hearts, these all represent the different things that I need to think about when I'm planning my best self-care day. And in the top left-hand corner, my heart is home. And something I really love to do to make myself feel good at home is to sink into a beanbag with a good book. I think I'll be looking through the list of books that the library service have recommended all about relationships and choosing a few of those for my next best self-care day. I've also got some people in the pink bit, which is people I want to spend time with, and I've got my family, and I've also got friends who I'm going to invite to pop over and have a cup of tea with me, or maybe even a cup of hot chocolate, because in my comfort bit I've gone for things which make me feel good inside. It's a cup of hot chocolate, I've got a lime milkshake. Lime is the best milkshake, of course, and then an ice cream as well. This one's a tutti frutti, but you know what, I'm happy with any ice cream. We've got places up here, look, and for me, a walk in nature, go to a nature reserve down by the river, go and see the ducks, that's fabulous. But you might want to go into the town, you might want to go shopping, it might be down the park in your community, you might fancy a stroll out. So a place that makes you feel good is part of your self-care day. Take yourself to a happy place. And then we've got the most important, you, inside you, in your heart. And my heart's creating poetry this morning. I've written a poem about Manjit. Do you know him? I've got to work on that, haven't I? It's got a bit of a rhyme in it, but I reckon I could take that somewhere. So I'm going to take that theme and talk about my friend Manjit in a poem. And talking of Manjit, who's been here this morning with us, he also has taken the challenge of making a self-care day plan, and he's with us now. Hello, Manjit.
Hi, John. I'm here with my plan as well. I've got my 5 parts, and these are the things I'm going to make time for. The things I love. Start again. Hi, John. Thank you. Oh, I love... John, you've written a poem about me. That's beautiful. Thank you. I've made my 5 hearts, so I'm going to be looking at the things I'm going to make time for. So I'm looking at my home, which is walking the dog. I'm also looking at time for my poems and time for sleeping. I do like my rest and time for my bed. And the places I love Derbyshire. And when we're back in camping world, I love going to Derbyshire and walking in Derbyshire. I also love my Zoom quiz days with my family, making connection on Zoom. And I love my neighbours, as I said before. My street's a nice, warm, safe place to be. So they're my hearts. That's the thing that keeps me happy and healthy. Over to you, John.
That's beautiful, Manjit. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you for taking my self-care plan challenge and also colouring it in, making it look vibrant. You can go home and stick that on your fridge or on the wall. Maybe if you do one at school, you can stick it up on a special place in the classroom or somewhere else in the school, or have it at home, put it in your bedroom or in the kitchen. Anywhere where you can go and think, oh, what is it that makes me feel good? Oh yeah, I remember. Here's my best self-care day plan. You can change it, of course. We always change the things that we like from time to time, and we can change the things we love. But hopefully the things we love about ourselves and the things that we love about our family and our friends, our neighbours, these things stay strong and they stay consistent, and we are resilient. And resilience is one of our big themes today, along with trust and respect, collaboration and communication. We're starting to see that in all the work that you're sending us through that we're going to feature later. And a reminder that you can send us your work to hello@challengenottingham.co.uk and use a hashtag RSE Day Nottingham. Now, coming up after lunch, when you've had a chance for a bit of a break and a bit of a rest, we've got the most incredible programme. We've got lots of information about sharing ideas for healthy relationships in our afternoon assembly. And then we're going to have more readings. We're going to have Angela's going to read a surprise. Charlotte's going to be exploring resilience through visual art. Chantel's going to be reading us Gecko Echo by Lucy Rowland. A bit more Charlotte, and then Nikki's going to come through with another story of the lost purse. And this is just for the next 2 hours, and we'll build up to our special guest at 2:45, which is Sid Sloane from CBeebies, who's going to be reading a story, and we're going to be talking to Sid too. And we're going to have some sex education author readings as well this afternoon, and that's going to be taking place through Twitter, through our Twitter handle. Thank you very much, Cal. We're going to have our Twitter handle RSE Day, hashtag RSE Day, and you can access all those resources there. And don't forget, all the resources that we've talked about this morning will be available on challengenottingham.co.uk, and that links to our partners both locally and nationally. So anything you want, find it there. I think we're just about all done for the morning session. So it only means me to say thank you so much for being with us this morning. Thanks to my studio team. I've got Kathy, I've got Glenn, got Manjit. We've also got Lewis and Joe working all the wires and fiddly bits as well, and picking it up when everything goes wrong for a few minutes. But hopefully for the rest of the day, we're going to be sailing through. See you at 1 o'clock. Enjoy the music. Have a good lunch.
My name's Ian Marshall. I'm a team leader at Nottingham Music Service. I hope you've been enjoying everything you've been seeing today, and for the next hour we're going to have a bit of a lunch break and some musical entertainment for you. We have got the Robin Hood Youth Orchestra, we've got Alfie Sharp, we've got the Sing City Singers, Caitlin MacDonald, Louis Croft, Nottingham City Schools, Matthew Bagley, Harvey Leo, Lowry, Nina Smith, and we even have the Nottingham Music Service charity single. So over the next hour, sit back, enjoy what you see, and we're going to kick off first of all with the Robin Hood Youth Orchestra playing Kopanica.
Lockdown has not stopped us from making music. So,
here's a Bulgarian dance tune in 11/16 time.
We play Kopanica.
losing rhythm where my soul is. Nostalgia's filling where that hole is. Nothing's working anymore. I'm turning my days into melodies and staring at the floor. We gotta get it back. We're running on the tracks. I've gotta get it back. This shit's driving me mad. I've got rhythm on my mind. My soul is on the line. I need to get it back in time. Losing my rhythm, it's my crime. Losing my rhythm, it's my crime. Have I been in this game too long to find out where my rhythm really is from? One step closer to where I wanna be. 6 right back from where I gotta be. Yeah, we gotta get it back. We're running on the tracks. I gotta get it back. This shit's driving me mad. I've got rhythm on my mind. My soul, it's on the line. I need to get it back in time. Losing my rhythm, it's mine. I got rhythm on my mind. My soul, it's on the line. I need to get it back in time. Losing my rhythm. care, she didn't even want to care. She never looked what was waiting round the door. She was blinded by his hate, she was never told to wait to see what he was looking for. Looking for, looking for, looking for. Though she's never seen nothing like this before. Looking for. Now she's 21 years old, she's walking in the freezing cold. How could it all go wrong like this? That guy wasn't to be her man, she still cannot just understand why it always goes wrong like this.
back to. We only said goodbye with words I died 100 times. You go back to her and I go back to black.
Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby. Skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like lemon drops away above the chimney tops. That's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly, birds fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh why can't I? If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh, why can't I?
If every child
2, 3, 4.
Stranger to cool things said about me. I know too well the familiar sense of defeat. I know what it's like to be stumbling over my own feet, but that doesn't define me. What you think about me, cause I don't really care in the end. You see, it's not like I'll be crying myself to sleep. If you're still trying to hurt me, wanting me bleed, never got hooked on your kind of thing. Latest games, newest cheese, those types of things that are bothering me. It was your words that really got to me. It was those that really hurt my heart. I'm a stronger person now than I was at the start. If I knew attitude, my fate faded apart. It was my fate to me from those scars. When you mean that, please don't know what to do, cause those things have a grip on you. And trust me, there's a way of living your life. Look at me, I'm living proof. I don't know what you want from me, but I'm not gonna give it to you. I found a better way of living. all the time. My heart's on fire, singing loud. You should know that you're not putting it out. Found my words, found my mind, found my song, and I'll sing it all the time. My heart's on fire, singing loud. You should know that you're not putting it out. I don't know what you want from me, but I'm not gonna give it to you. I found a better way of living, and it doesn't involve you. All your words about me.
Hi, I'm Harvey Leo. This first song is called Dark Days. Not knowing where I'm going, not knowing where I've been. I always fail, never prevail, and in my mind I just can't win. I've tried so hard to keep it all just bundled up inside. Now I need someone to pick me up, I can't just sit and hide. Ooh, I need help finding that peace of mind. Ooh, I need help leaving those things behind. Ooh, I need help, 'cause I don't know just how to fight this, how to act alright. This isn't me and I'm lost. Voices raising in my head, they pound until I dread just what will be the cost. But it's just another dark day, don't let it bother you. I can't express what I wanna say, I promise that I'll be okay. Feeling like I'm trying to force a smile and laugh right through it all, but I'm waiting, hesitating, just waiting for your call. Wanting to scream and wanting to shout just to get it out, but I know that you're not feeling the same, that's what I don't doubt. Ooh, I need help finding that peace of mind. Ooh, I need help leaving those things behind. Ooh, I need help, 'cause I don't know just how to fight this, how to act alright. This isn't me and I'm lost. Voices raising in my head, they pound until I dread just what will be the cost. But it's just another dark day, don't let it bother you. I can't express what I wanna say, I promise that I'll be okay. Be okay, be okay. But I don't know just how to fight this, how to act alright. This isn't me and I'm lost. Voices raising in my head, they pound until I dread just what will be the cost. I don't know just how to fight this, how to act alright. This isn't me, but I'm lost. Voices raising in my head, they pound until I dread just what will be the cost. But it's just another dark day, don't let it bother you. I can't express what I want to say, I promise that I'll be
such a lost cause. Now your name is crossed off. How you gonna fix this? You can't even fix yourself. It was almost 2 years that I chose to spend here all alone on New Year's, thinking, what the hell? I don't wanna break your thread. I need, I'm trying to stitch you, but I can't. I refuse. Shouldn't love you, but I couldn't help it. Had a feeling that you never felt it. Always knew that you were too damn selfish. Don't know why I look the other way. I wanted you to change it. Shouldn't love you, but I couldn't help it. Always knew that you were too damn selfish. Bet you thought you gave me real love, but we spent it all in nightclubs. All you ever wanna do is lie. Well, you always such a Gemini. Baby, who you try to run from? Me and all your problems. You know you'll never solve them. You don't even know yourself. I don't wanna break a thread. I need, I'm trying to stitch you, but I can't. I refuse. Shouldn't love you, but I couldn't help it. Had a feeling that you never felt it. Always knew that you were too damn selfish. Don't know why I look the other way. I wanted you to change it. Shouldn't love you, but I couldn't help it. Always knew that you were too damn selfish. I don't wanna break your thread. I need, I'm trying to stitch you, but I can't. I refuse, but it's not possible. Plus, I'm not responsible for your self-made obstacle. Put my heart in the hospital. Shouldn't love you, but I couldn't help it. Had a feeling that you never felt it. Always knew that you were too damn selfish. Don't know why I look the other way. I wanted you to change it. Always knew that you were too damn selfish.
If I'd have known that you'd be gone forever, I'd have took my time, knowing that I can't rewind this moment that you gave us. Holding on to what I won't remember, 'cause I just know my mind will take up too much time searching for an answer. So how will life get better when time won't let us? How will life get better when time won't let us? Crying won't work as much as I heard. It's never gonna bring you pieces of your heart belong to me now. But how can that be true when there's nothing left of you every time I come round? So how will life get better when time won't let us? How will life get better when time won't let us? Crying won't work as much as I hurt. It's never gonna bring you home. And all these words I wish that you heard, it's never gonna leave me alone. So how will life get better when time won't let us? I wonder if you hear me calling, 'cause ever since you left there's nothing. I wonder if you hear me calling, 'cause ever since you left there's nothing. So how will life get better when time won't let us? How will life get better when time won't let us? Crying won't work. Never gonna bring you home. And all of these words and crying won't work. No, it's never gonna bring you home. As much as I cry, no, it's never gonna bring you home. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ian.
Can we have an aid before we go on? It's quite hot here. Is there an aid?
Hello, welcome back. RSE Day 2020. I'm John Ree and I'm your host for a really full, fab afternoon session of art, poetry and music, dance for you, storytelling. What a morning it was. We had all sorts of guests reading stories for us, doing different kinds of creative practice. We had Shamila with her wonderful pieces of artwork, portraiture, shadow drawings. We had Manjit with his poetry, and then we heard from lots of our storytellers on the theme of books I love about love. And that's what we're talking about today, relationship and sexual health education through books that I love about love. Now, we've had some great submissions from you already. We're going to be featuring everything in our gallery show a little bit later on this afternoon. But let's have a little look at some of the work that's been coming through already, shall we? I know you've been really busy this morning and over lunch. Some of you have been doing a challenge to create a self-care plan for the day. And this is Finley from Fernwood School who shared his self-care plan. Well done, Finley. That's fabulous. Have a look at that, everybody. Finley's plan. Spend time with people and places. Look after himself. And Dylan has done one too. Yeah, we love this one. That's his best care day. The different places he's going to go to. And the things which make him feel good. His comforts, his treats. Make Dylan feel great. And of course, everybody could do one of these. Finley and Dylan have used that template with the hearts on. Paisley Primary have created this beautiful heart shape for us. We're going on a heart hunt. We've got going on a bear hunt on the studio bookshelf, and Paisley Primary are going on a heart hunt. That sounds like a fabulous idea. I wonder how many hearts you found, Paisley. Maybe you can tweet in and tell us. Year 4 group at Mountbatten have been making bunting. And on the bunting, they've been writing about love and relationships and why they're so important. That's a really good way, isn't it, to think about how this might stay in your classroom. Put some bunting up, or maybe at home. Maybe you can make some bunting for your house. Lots of hearts here, look, from the classic lime tree. They're creating that in Ladywood, Birmingham. Fantastic piece of work, and you can see all the children there are outside and learning. And why not? If you can get outside today, enjoy the sunshine. Make sure you've got your hat on. Now here's some students from Lee Forest in year 6 making paper chains. Paper chains are all about their families, expressing things that they love about each family member. That's a really good challenge, to think about all the different ways in which you love the different members of your family, how they make you feel good. So this afternoon, well, another great schedule. Between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, we're going to be bringing you some dance with Vanessa from V Create. She's going to be looking at the theme of trust through a dance workshop. Dance uses your body to express your feelings, your emotions. You communicate with your physical self, not just words. Rebecca Langton's going to read us Ravi's Roar by Tom Percival. And then we've got the one and only Sid Sloane from CBeebies fame coming in with a story, Listening with My Heart. And that's going to be followed with live chat with Sid Sloane from CBeebies with me. If you've got a question for Sid, please get it to us by 2:30 p.m. and then we can try and fit it in. I can't promise we'll be able to ask every question, but I think we can ask a good few. We're going to have 15 minutes with Sid. Send a question to us, what you want to ask Sid, and send it to hello@challengenottingham.co.uk. Councillor Watson's going to be reading Owl Babies by Martin Waddell. And then from 3:20, we're going to be looking through the gallery of all your work. And we may be visiting some of that throughout the afternoon. But at 3:20, we'll be looking at all the poems and all the pictures that you've sent us. Reading a few poems too, I think. Make sure that you have your work with us as soon as you've done it. And that means we can put it into our gallery show programme. We're going to talk to Catherine. Are we going to talk to Catherine now, or we're going to go to assembly? Let's see, shall we? We have got an assembly with Claremont, but first of all, we're going to talk to the amazing Catherine Kirk. And Catherine is the founder of RSE Day. Hi, Catherine. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Not sure, can we hear you? Say hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Not very loud. Maybe if we can be a bit louder. You've been following the show this morning at home?
Oh, I have. It's been absolutely wonderful.
Ah, that's fabulous.
Absolutely wonderful.
And Catherine, have you sent us any work yet? Have you sent us any poems or any photographs or any pictures of the work you've been doing?
Not yet. I've been a little busy tweeting.
Okay, so it doesn't matter how busy you are, make sure that you spend 5 minutes doing some pictures for us so we can put them in the gallery. Catherine, It's really lovely to have you here. And as you know, we've been enjoying a whole morning of creative art and storytelling and music. We've heard some incredible music from the Nottingham Music Hub. And of course, we've got people from all over the country and beyond. Just in Nottingham, we've got people watching in Aylsham and in Hull and in Bradford, in Suffolk, all over the Midlands. Big wave out to everybody, wherever you are, whether you're at school or at home, in the community. So, Catherine, this isn't just about Nottingham, is it? Would you tell us a little bit about RSE Day and how come it's got so big?
Yeah, so we started RSE Day in Nottingham in 2018, and really it was designed as a celebration day for schools to share all of their good practice around relationships and sex education. And we did the first year and it was very successful, and some people nationally took part. And so the following year we partnered with the Sex Education Forum in order to take it to a national audience. So we now work in partnership with them to create resources and to share the day. And this year we've got our theme of Books I Love About Love. And that's to recognise the importance really of books in teaching children about healthy relationships and positive sexual health. So yeah, I'm really, really pleased. I mean, it's great to see all of the people taking part around the country. And I particularly like when I see work that's been shared with schools, from schools, and with children, because obviously the point of the day really is to make sure that children and young people get the relationships and sex and health education that they need, and that's appropriate for them and delivered in a timely way. So that's what really makes me really happy, is seeing all of the work from children and all of the hearts that they've been creating and everything. So I really hope that the content we've had today via challenge has been well received, and that we've got people both in schools and at home that are engaging with the content and doing some of the challenges.
That's fantastic. And you work a lot with schools and you work a lot with teachers. What do teachers tell you about the importance of reading to develop healthy relationships?
I think it's really important, because most schools will be using storybooks and story time anyway. And actually, there's probably not many fiction books that don't have relationships as a core central theme. And I think it's really important for children and young people to see lives from someone else's perspective, and to learn about how other people deal with relationships and manage them. And so I know that a lot of schools in Nottingham and across the country will be using books in their relationships and sex education to support that learning, and not just through that, but in all the rest of the time in school, in assemblies, etc. So I've got my some of my favourite books down here. And John,
I'm glad you're saying this. Go on. No, really?
I know that this is one
Snap.
of your favourites too. Yes, I do love Frog in Love.
Me too.
One of my favourites.
And Shagufta
Yeah.
as well. It seems to be a popular.
Yes.
I wonder whether Frog in Love is going to be our most popular book about love, Catherine, with you as well. What do you love about Frog in Love? What is it about Frog in Love that you like in particular?
Oh, I don't know. I think because it explains so simply all of those kind of funny feelings that you get when you feel love for someone. And, it takes courage sometimes to tell people how you feel. And that's what this book does so well, is that it describes those feelings and talks about Frog, and the difficult things that happen until he can actually tell Duck that he's in love.
Absolutely,
I
and
really
I think
do.
as well that what I like about Frog in Love is that Frog isn't expected to be in love with Duck. I think they wanted Frog to be in love with another frog. That might have been more explicable to Hare and Pig. And the fact that he's in love with Duck, it throws them a bit of a loop for a while. But of course, you love who you love. And I think that's a really strong message, that it's okay to love someone, whoever they are. It's really important.
Yeah.
And what about reading at home, Catherine? We talked about the importance of reading in school and story time and structured and free reading in school. But what about reading at home? What would you recommend for people reading about relationships and sexual health education and books that help them understand love?
I think it's just to get that range of different books and different experiences, and to make sure that we're encouraging children to read That's, you know, the starting point, and reading with children and reading them bedtime stories, and, you know, helping them to I don't know, just experience life from someone else's point of view, and to think about all those diverse views. And that's a really important part of RSHE, is that it's about reflecting the diversity of families and relationships and society. And one of the things that we've launched today through Nottingham City Council is our Faith Perspectives in RSE resource, and that's designed to support teachers to bring in some of those faith perspectives into the teaching of RSHE, so that we can make sure that it's inclusive and every child feels included.
That's great. And we're going to have an inclusive assembly with Claremont School coming up in a couple of moments. Do you want to tell us about that?
Yeah, so Claremont's one of our schools that do work around RSHE, and are currently sort of looking at consulting with parents for their new curriculum. And they very quickly, because obviously we've done all of this in a very short amount of time, and I'll just make some thank yous at the end, but they did an assembly, and the head teacher used Zoom to do that assembly with the young people that are in school. And then the year sixes did a session on looking at healthy relationships. So we've got sort of a snippet of that, and it's just really great to see that side of RSHE, because often it's particular bits that are picked up as, you know, a problem, and actually it's about the broader relationship side. And so just on my thank yous, first of all, thank you to all the people that are taking part across the country, and all of the schools that are prioritising this work, even though it's been a very challenging time for everybody. And also to Kathy and Maria at Challenge, who have worked with us to put this excellent live stream together. And I mean, really, I think me and Kathy and I met probably about 6 weeks ago, and met with the artists about 3 weeks ago, and we've managed to pull this together. And also to Lewis and his team for doing the tech, which is fabulous. And John, to you for being an excellent compere. I mean, I think, you know, you should really look at TV presenting.
Well, this might be my one and only my show reel, I don't know. I tell you what, it's been really fun and fab. And I think it's actually been interesting, hasn't it, Catherine, that we would normally be in schools for RSE Day. And because of lockdown, we're having to work very differently. But it's opened up all kinds of opportunities, hasn't it, to engage with different audiences. And we've got people all around the country, maybe who knows, all around the world, engaging with RSE Day. So it's not just a Nottingham thing, it's a national thing. And it's even maybe an international thing. And I think this is one of the things that we've discovered, that it's not a barrier, it's actually a way of reaching in. And we know that we're reaching into schools all over. We're going to go to assembly. Oh, no, we're not. A few more minutes. Oh, in which case, even better, we're not going to go to assembly straight away. It gives me a chance to ask you, Catherine, about what does your best self-care day look like? We've been doing that this morning with Manjit. And also lots of schools have started sending us their examples. But if you're thinking about how do you make you feel great, places you go, the people you spend time with, things you do, what's on your list?
Well, I love spending time with my family, and I actually am quite fortuitous in that I really like spending time at home. So this recent pandemic has you know not been so much of an issue for me, although I recognise everyone's different. Also, I like crafting. So all of the art stuff here is brilliant, because I love sitting down and doing some journaling and some crafting. And I have to say, just a little shout out to Sid Sloane coming up later, that his session made me feel very relaxed and calm. It's a lovely, lovely session, and I'm really looking forward to listening to it again, and to hearing from Sid as well.
Well, I've got a chance to ask Sid Sloane a few questions, Catherine. I know you're a big fan of Sid like me. What would you like to ask him? And I'll put it onto my list of questions. What do you want me to ask Sid?
I'd be interested to know why Sid chose to get involved in RSE Day. I think,
Okay.
and to give his time so freely and enthusiastically. And I know he's been tweeting today, and I think that's really great. So I'd be really interested in hearing his thoughts on why it's important. And also, I know that he does his story time with Sid session every day at 6:45, and he's reading every single day. So maybe what his favourite books are and which ones he likes about love as well. So yes, I'm slightly jealous, John, that you're talking to him and I'm not. But there you go.
Well, you'll be here with me in spirit, I know, and I'll make sure that we'll say that Catherine asks these questions. And reading every day, I mean, so important, isn't it? Even if it's just for 5 minutes. Pick up a book, a bedtime story, or some time in the day where everything else gets put to one side, and just do a bit of reading.
Yeah.
So important.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go over to Claremont School for our afternoon assembly, and we're going to go there RSE Day now.
What do I mean by relationship? Yeah, good. Let's write these down. We'll get some labels down. So friends. That's really good handwriting, Mr. Weir. Family. Any other relationships you might have?
Partner.
Partner. Yeah. That links in with family. Maybe a bit older, maybe a bit young for partner at the minute. Anybody else? Any other relationships you might have? Ariane? Teacher, yeah. So we can clump those in together with different things. I'll put teacher in there, for sure, because you guys this year have seen me, well, less than most classes have, but more than you've seen some other people. You definitely have to have a relationship with me. So we're thinking about relationships and the interactions between people and groups of people. And we're going to be thinking about what makes positive relationships. So what are healthy relationships built on, do you think? What factors make up healthy relationships? Go on, Adam. That is a really good. There's 2 in there. Listening. That is such an important skill, to be able to listen to someone else. Not hear them. Hearing someone else is very different to listening to someone. If you're listening to someone, it means you're actually thinking about what they're saying. You can take on their point of view, and it can lead to the next thing that you said, which is another brilliant word. Compromise. Yes, Cosmin.
Honesty.
Love it. Honesty. Honesty to what extent?
So if someone tells you to take care of something, and you have to broke it, you have to be honest with them and not lie to them.
Yeah, being honest, I think it is very important.
Respect.
Respect. What do you mean? What's respect? Right.
So if someone, for an example, if one of your parents are telling you off, it's not good to just answer back because they're your elders.
I'm actually really angry at them because they're not being fair.
But if you lose respect from someone if you lose respect for someone, they will respect you.
So if you treat someone with disrespect,
yeah,
they might not show you. Well, that goes back to the theme of the assembly we just watched, doesn't it? About treating people the same way that you want to be treated.
That was fantastic. We've got some more stories coming up for you. Chantel's going to be reading us Gecko Echo in a short while. But first we're going to go over to Charlotte Tupper. Charlotte's an associate artist at Nottingham Contemporary International Art Gallery and Studios in the centre of Nottingham. Charlotte's an artist there, and when you're back at school full time and you go on a trip, you could meet her. Why not? Find out more from Nottingham Contemporary. Let's go over to Charlotte now for some visual art.
Hello and welcome to our workshop about resilience. My name's Charlotte and I'm a visual artist based in Nottingham. And visual artists are creative people who really like making, who make artwork that you can see, like this here that I have behind me. And I'm really interested in artwork that you want to touch, that's really tactile, that's really textured. And together today we're going to be making a piece of artwork about being resilient and what resilience is. In this workshop, we are going to be creating a self-portrait. And the reason we're making a self-portrait is so that as we're creating it, we can be thinking about our own experiences and times when we ourselves have shown resilience and a real strength of character in a difficult situation that we might have had. And also during the workshop we're going to be thinking about the skills and attitudes that we need and that we have to be a resilient person. We're going to be using everyday materials to design and make our self-portrait, objects that you will have around your home or at school. And a good place to start is in your recycling bin. So I've had a good rummage in mine and found some cardboard. And I found this really great corrugated cardboard from some packaging, which has a lovely texture to it, so that could be useful to use. And I also found this sheet of cardboard as well from a cardboard box. And the great thing with this is, it's quite big, I could cut an oval shape out for the outline of my face. And you can rip it, and you can cut it to use it. And that's essentially what we're going to be doing to make our self-portrait. We're going to be laying out materials and placing them to design the details of the face. I also found some milk bottle lids in my recycling, and I've got blue eyes, and I found these, which are perfect shape and colour. So that's something to think about as well when you're gathering your objects. You can use any object in your house, but to think about the colours and shapes that will add to your design. If you have any coloured paper or plain paper, any scrap paper, and we can use that as well. Envelopes, any old envelopes, and also sometimes on the inside of envelopes you have really nice patterned paper. So sometimes you get kind of blue grid, blue lined paper on the inside of envelopes. And I found this inside one of my envelopes, which I thought was pretty cool. So we've got some balloons and some stars and cake on the inside of that envelope. Could use that. And with if you don't have any colour paper, but you've got some plain white paper or some scrap, and you've got coloured pencils and pens, then you can always colour in your paper. So going back to the blue eyes that I mentioned before, if I just colour in my paper blue, like so, I can then cut out, or I'm gonna rip. Can rip an eye shape, a round kind of rugby ball shape, with your scrap paper. You can, if you want, draw the whole eye onto your paper and cut that out. We're not going to draw the face using pens and paper. What we are doing is laying out materials and objects to build up the self-portrait instead. With your coloured pencils, if you have pencils that are coloured themselves, you can use these in a different way. So if I just pull out all of I've got quite a few yellow ones here, and if you lay them out on your table or on the floor, you can, when mark making, using the pencil itself. So you can use your pencils in a different way if you've got those. The important thing with the workshop is to be as imaginative and creative, using your objects, using things that you have around you in a different way. So you could use keys, you could use cutlery, spoons, knives, forks, why not? Books, clothes, and so have a good rummage in your wardrobe or on your bedroom floor, and I've chosen some clothes that would kind of match my skin tone, so we're still thinking about objects and items in our house or at school that would link in with features on the face. Fabric, you could use, I've got lots of threads and string and wool, you could use that, that's great because you can kind of draw lines with that. Shells, stones, you could go into your garden or go for a walk, twigs, anything basically, anything that isn't too precious or isn't going to break, but anything, any object that you have around you. What I suggest you do is pause the video, go and gather all of your bits, and then meet me back here where we will, together we can make our self-portrait.
Fancy having 3 little geckos to look after. Thank you, Chantal. That was a beautiful story. We've got Nikki Rafferty telling us a story shortly about the story of the lost purse. But before that, are you ready to make some more art? Are you? I hope so, because Charlotte's coming back. She's found lots of objects. She's got loads of stuff to make some portraits. She's going to make them now. Don't forget, send us your pictures, tweet them, or email them to hello@challengenottingham.co.uk, hashtag RSE Day Nottingham. We're going to put them in the gallery. So get making.
So we have all of our materials here ready to start our self-portrait. So I'm going to start with some clothes, and I'm going to start with this pink top here, this peachy colour, which I think will make a nice background. And I'm using the collar down at the bottom, and I'm just going to fan it out and fold it over to make a face shape. And face outlines are kind of a bit of an oval shape, and everyone's face shape is different. So if you have a mirror, you could look in a mirror to see what your face shape is, or you can touch as well. So I'm thinking the way my chin kind of points down. So I'm just going to gather that like that. There we go. And then the next bit I'm going to focus on is my hair. I think I'm going to use my cardboard for this, so I'm going to, and like I said before, the great thing with your cardboard, if it's on the recycling, is you can rip it as you place it down. Now I have, put this on here, and I've got a fringe. So when you're when you're creating your self-portrait, think about your defining features. So that could be what your hairstyle is, what your colour in your eyes are. If you've got earrings in, you can add your ears and you can add some earrings in, so that it could look, to make it look a bit more like you. And as we do this activity, what we are doing, as we're being creative with our resources, is we are problem solving. So we are finding ways to use objects and materials in new ways. And what we're also doing is we're making decisions. We're making quick decisions based on the resources we have around us to design and make our face shape. And these skills problem solving and decision making, they're also really important skills in being resilient, because to be resilient, to have a strong character and to be able to overcome difficult situations, or if you haven't succeeded at something, you're finding a solution and a way to overcome that tricky situation. And so decision making and problem solving are also really important skills to have in being a resilient person. So it's important to remember, or to know, with doing a self-portrait, is your eyes are actually halfway down your face. We often assume that our eyes are much higher up on the face than they actually are. And sometimes it's hard to tell, so like if I've got a fringe, and so if I lift my fringe up, you can see that my eyes are actually halfway, your eyes are halfway down and not up here in your forehead. And so with my fringe on, my fringe down, and feeling it, I know that it it touches my eyebrows, because it needs a good trim. So I'm going to put I'm going to use my peggy eyebrows. I'm going to pop them there and put the cardboard down there. There we go. And cut. Obviously, don't use anything that's too precious or that can break easy. And when you're making it, I thought this cup was quite nice with the white, and then my bottle top lid. And as we're being really creative with our objects and our materials, we can use this opportunity if you're working in a group or with someone else, or even if you're on your own, you can be reflecting and thinking about a time when, or an example when you have been resilient, when you have adapted to a situation, when you've had to be flexible, maybe something hasn't gone your way, or you haven't succeeded in something that you thought you would. It could be not getting the marks you wanted, not getting the test score you wanted on an exam. I know that happened to me. I remember at school thinking I hadn't done as well as I thought I had. It could be not winning a race. To share in your group an experience where you felt something hasn't gone as you expected, but actually you've been resilient in the way that you've overcome the situation. Okay, so there's my eyes. Now this might not work, but that's okay if it doesn't work, because I can change my material. I can adapt to the situation. So we have a spatula for the nose, which gives my face a bit of a comical look, but that's okay. And okay, so socks. I'm going to use my socks. I'm going to pull this out a bit, because again, another misconception when we do a self-portrait is that our mouth is, that we forget we've got a chin sometimes, and that actually there's the skin, there's the chin below the mouth, so our mouth isn't kind of here, it needs to be in the middle. And this whole process has been adapting and changing the shape of our materials, and I hope, it's been a space to reflect and think about experiences you've had yourself. So we can also think about what other words could we use to define resilience. So if you looked in a thesaurus under the word resilient, what other words would be there as well? How else could you describe what being resilient is to somebody else? We've already talked about some of those words already. So problem solving and making quick decisions. If you've been working in a small group and sharing your stories and experiences of being resilient, then you're already supporting each other, and that's a huge part of being resilient, is finding ways to support each other. Good. So again with these, I'm going to break these up a bit and then there we go. That's a version of me out of milk bottles, clothes, cardboard and a sock. So here's the finished self-portrait of myself. I'd love to see what you create using your everyday materials and how creative you've been and with what you have around you. So if you want to take a photograph of your creation and send it to us, that would be brilliant. I'd love to see your self-portraits. Or you could do a quick drawing or sketch of it as well, and even write down the materials you used to create yours. So yeah, I'm quite chuffed with this. We spent a good 10-15 minutes making it, and then also obviously the time before gathering all the materials. So we've invested quite a lot into producing it and making it. But now what we're going to do is we're going to change it, and we're going to turn it into something else. There we go. We've created a self-portrait using everyday objects and materials in a different way. I really enjoyed it. I hope you did too. Getting to be creative and thinking how to draw a face, how to make using books and clothes and things from the recycling bin. That is, though, only half of the workshop, because this workshop is about resilience, as we know. Actually, for this next part, what we're going to do is dismantle, deconstruct, take apart our artwork and turn it, adapt it, change our materials and use them in a different way and make a new piece of artwork from our materials. Our theme for what we're going to create is we're thinking about a pose, how you might stand as a resilient person. So for this part of the workshop, we're going to think of some power poses, some positions we would stand in or sit in, where if you looked at that person, you would go, that person is resilient, that person is showing great strength of character, that person is strong, that person has overcome some struggles, and they are confident in who they are. So try some out. Try some out in your group. Try some out in front of a mirror, and come up with your best power pose. I like this one. This is a good one. Hand on the hip, head held high, shoulders back. Feel like a superhero. I'm going to use this one. So now we have an idea of how we might rearrange our materials. It's time to get creative again and to get cracking. So I suggest to pause the video here and to dismantle and rearrange and rework your artwork into a new piece. There we go. I hope you enjoyed this workshop and creating your artworks. Thank you for being part of this RSE Day. It's been great to be creative. It's really important to be creative, especially at the moment in our homes and at school. But I mean, the workshop doesn't even have to end here. There's nothing stopping you from dismantling the resilient pose you've created and turning it into a new artwork. Maybe you could think of somebody, a celebrity or somebody locally who you feel is a resilient person, has shown great strength in this current situation, and you turn your materials into a portrait of them, and then you can dismantle that and then turn it into another artwork, and you can keep going with it, taking it apart and then putting it back together and taking it apart and reworking it into a new artwork, in the same way that being a resilient person is something that you build upon and you get stronger with each time. So for each struggle and each difficult situation we find ourselves in, when we overcome it, we find ourselves much stronger than before. So feel free to continue this activity for as long as you want. But that's it from me. Thank you very much. Thanks for taking part. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. We're having a fab afternoon here in Studio 1 and Studio 2, and I hope you're having a really fab afternoon at school, or if you're at home, maybe somewhere in a community. And whoever you're with, I hope you're doing a lot of fun things together, all about our theme today, books I love about love. Now, you might have noticed during the day, if you followed us all the way from 9 o'clock, which I'm sure you have, and I hope you have, we've got this fantastic bookcase here. Now, I've got a little challenge for you. We're going to have a look at some of the things that you've been sending in. But before we do that, I want you to have a really good look at the shelves behind me. Go on, have a really good look. I'm going to take away 3 things during our social media slides. 3 things, okay? So you have a look now, and then when you come back, see if you can guess which 3 things I'm going to take away. I'll let you have a look at that for 10 seconds. We've got books on there, we've got a few toys, we've got some frames. See if you can look and memorize everything that's on that shelf. And then when we come back in a couple of minutes, we'll have another look at the shelf and you can see whether you've guessed correctly. Maybe have a competition with the other kids in your class or with your mum or your dad or carer at home. Okay, had a good look? So let's have a look at what people have been sending us on the social media feed, shall we? Now, here we have some fantastic slides on the Nottingham Sexual Health team. And love is, what is love? Well, love is the thing that completes you. Of course it is. It's the thing that makes us human. It makes us whole, doesn't it? Love makes us whole. And this slide talks about love starting from within, about how positive self-esteem and self-respect are really crucial to having relationships with others. So it starts with you. Healthy relationships start with you and your power. Talking about what we want and being clear with other people about what we want is also really important in our relationships. We can tell people what we want. If we want a hug, we tell somebody. If they don't want to hug us, they can tell us, and that's fine. Now, over at Fairfield School, Liam has made some really beautiful mobiles. He's used hearts, and we've been doing a lot of hearts today, and Liam's constructed a fantastic mobile that you could hang up on the ceiling with all the hearts showing his love. Robin Hood are busy outside. Look at that. It's been such a great day, hasn't it? I hope you've had a chance to get outside. And Robin Hood have done at the start of their RSE Day. Fabulous. Someone pick that up. Walter Halls. They're celebrating RSE Day at Walter Halls by talking about what love means to them. And there's just a few of the lovey's hearts that the children have been making in school. They're looking forward to the main event tomorrow. What's this one? Ah, yeah. We're ready. Are you? There's Mrs. Chandler, Mrs. Glover, showing off all the lovey's hearts created by the staff and children from Walter Horse School. They've displayed them all outside, look, on the railings of the school. That's very clever. Well done. Right, coming up this afternoon, Vanessa Oxspring from VCreate will be doing a dance workshop, followed by Councillor Rebecca Langton reading Ravi's Roar. Now, Vanessa's got a workshop for us. There's also some more of Vanessa's work over on challengenottingham.co.uk that you can see the full dance. But what you're going to see this afternoon is a workshop. So whether you can get up and dance or you can dance in your chair, have a go, stretch out and explore relationships with your body and through movement and mime. Later we've got Sid Sloane coming by, as you know, with his story of Listening with My Heart. We're really excited about talking with Sid. You've got about 40 minutes, maybe less than that, 30 minutes to send us your questions for Sid. We've got a few coming in. If you want me to ask a question of Sid, send it to us at hello@challengenottingham.co.uk. We've got some more stories with Councillor Watson and Councillor Mellon later. And of course, we'll be looking at the gallery later on in the afternoon. Now then, let's come back to my bookshelf, shall we? I took 3 things off the bookshelf. Maybe you can spot what they are. Thank you. Okay, have a look. What can you see here? What's missing? Can you guess? Well, start with the first thing. Did anybody spot The Tiger Who Came to Tea? That was on there. Well done if you saw The Tiger Who Came to Tea by Judith Carr. A wonderful book. And did you spot the fact that also missing was Elmer? There we go. Elmer and the Lost Teddy. Have you got 2 right so far? To get a full house, you needed to have spotted the missing duck. That's right. One of my 3 lovely little ducks was missing. Did you manage to spot all 3? Did you get them all right? Maybe you only got 1 or 2. Thank you for playing. Let's go to the next item in our fantastic RSE Day 2020 program. And that's Vanessa from VCreate, who's going to be just doing the most fantastic dance workshop. Take it away, Vanessa.
Hi, I'm Vanessa Oxspring and I'm from VCreate, which is an organisation, an arts organisation and dance organisation based in Nottingham and Nottinghamshire. I'm delighted to be working on RSE Day today. We want you to be creative and look at exploring words and movement to represent trust and relationships. So what does trust mean to you? Trust is about exploring your personal integrity. It's about nurturing positive and caring relationships, providing confidence and security. The importance of trust in our relationships with our brothers, our sisters, our parents, our teachers. How can it feel if you don't feel trusted? How wonderful it feels if you know you are trusted and always do your best. Trust is such a wide topic, and listen to the words that I'm saying now, because some of these words you could pull out and use your own for your own dances. So these are things like exploring different aspects, from safety to comfort to feeling like someone has your back, to trust the environment, a place where you can be yourself, feel happy and confident. Trust as a foundation for love. If we don't trust a person, how can we love them? And I think love is a really important word that we are going to be looking at in the workshop. You're sitting on a chair or you're on a sofa, you're in a wheelchair. This is about you adapting it to the way that it works for you. I hope you enjoy the workshop, and I really look forward to seeing some of these films and videos that you might share as part of RSE Day. Thank you. Hi everyone, so this is the dance moves and the dance workshop. So this is about you being creative, all based on trust and relationships. So the first thing we're going to do is the warm up. Okay, so get yourselves spread out. Now, as I said in the introduction, this is about you doing it in your own space. It's totally accessible to wherever you are. Here we go. Let's go. Let's spread out. Okay, so remember, this is not about you thinking, I've got to be the best dancer. That's a really important point here. It's not about being the best tap dancer, about being the best ballet dancer. This is about you doing the moves in the way that feels right for you and the way that you want to express. Okay, here we go. So first of all, we're going to touch our faces. Okay, I'm going to do it sitting down. Okay, nice. Okay, rub your legs, really rub them. Nice. Okay, we're going to imagine we've got raindrops on our faces. So just do this. And sometimes if you close your eyes, it feels really nice. It's like a little raindrop. So, are you ready? We can have a little move into this. So we're going to go down, 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 whoosh. And release. Good, nice jump. And again, 1, 2, 3. And whoosh. Nice. And one more. Here we go. And energy is here. So lift that head up. Whoo. And go. Release. Okay, give it a shake. Okay, so let's wiggle the shoulders. Shake the arms. Shake the legs. Okay, give yourselves a jiggle. So we're going to do some counting now. They're going to show you some of the counts that we do in dance. We tend to stick to 8s and 4s and 2s, and sometimes we do it in 3s, but it's quite difficult. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we're going to do a little exercise with you now, and we're going to introduce some words with this. Okay, so we're going to do this. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're going to do it on 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to do it on 2. 1, 2. Okay, so that's the counts. You can do this in travelling, so let me show you. So Clementine's going to do it seated, and I'm going to do it travelling. Here we go. And 1, 2, 3. I'm changing direction. 6, 7, 8. Good. Now I'm going to do it on 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now I'm going to do it on 2. 1, 2. Okay, so you're just doing any moves you like. Okay, now I'm going to, let's try it again. 5, 6, so it goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, now you might want to change direction on this for the 4. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. We might want to add it on to 2s and go. And 1, 2. So I'm going to introduce you some words from stretching to tiptoeing. You can tiptoe with your hands. You can do a reaching. Okay, you can add a turn. You can add a roll. Okay, so we go. Anything you like from all of those words that I've just said. Ready. And now think about you could change from one direction to the other. Here we go. Ready and 5, 6, 7 and 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm wriggling 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold it 6, 7, 8. 2. Okay, so basically it's just getting you to think about how you count. So you can count in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2. Okay, good. Okay, so that is your counting phrase. So the next thing we're going to do is some games, okay? So often this is done in groups, and this is also done in pairs, but this is about trusting ourselves. It's about working with our friends and family to trust them and come up with things on the spot as well. Okay, so it's about how we support you. So through these games and feeling confident and feeling supported and feeling this trust. A lot of trust exercises will, as I said, rely on other people, but let's try and do some of this on our own. We will show you how as well to do it as in pairs or with, a group. Okay, obviously social distancing. It is with your family. Okay, here we go. So the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to close our eyes and just close our eyes. Nice. And just look around you. Well, don't look around you, just sense what's around you. Sense the space. What can you hear? Can you hear the birds? Can you hear the wind? Can you hear the television? Can you hear the PlayStation? Can you hear somebody on the phone? Can you hear the dishwasher? Can you hear somebody washing up? Can you hear a lawnmower? Just hold it there. And just feel around you. Nice. Okay. Well, how does that space feel? Do you feel at ease with that space? Do you feel comfortable? Do you feel supported? Do you feel calm? Do you feel relaxed? Nice. Okay, let's open our eyes. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is, this can be done in pairs or it can be done on your own. Look around you and find an object that you see that you could see what feelings has that object got. What does it feel like to you? How does it make you move? Okay, so I can see something that I'm just going to show you what I can see, and I wonder if Clementine will be able to guess what it is. Okay, so at the moment, for me, it feels a bit threatening. Okay, but it also feels gentle. It's also something that makes me relax. So I've got 3 moves there. I have. It is threatening. It also makes me feel calm. It also makes me feel relaxed. Okay. Clementine, can you guess what it is?
Is it this?
So, this is my favourite mug that I got from a zoo. And so, this mug could be quite threatening because it's a tiger. It's a tiger. It can be quite threatening. But it's also got something that's quite comforting about it. And the eyes that I'm looking at. Also, as I said, I feel relaxed because I'm having a cup of tea. And I love a cup of tea. Okay, so look around you and see. So Clementine, look around you and see, and I'm going to guess what it is that she's going to look at.
Oh, relax.
Relax.
So it makes me relaxed. It makes me happy, and it makes me. I like it because I can decorate it, and it makes me so I can decorate it.
Decorate it.
It's good.
Nice. Okay. Do you want to reveal what it is?
Do you want to guess?
Yeah. I think it's some paint. Paint box.
Okay. Can I get it?
Yep, you can get it.
Okay.
Here we go. You can reveal this. If you're on your own, you can do it by yourself, or you can do this. It's
cake.
It's cake. Yeah.
It's been destroyed.
Okay. Okay. Right. So that's your first game that you can do. You can do it on your own, or you can do it with somebody else. So think about that object. Think about how it makes you feel, okay? And this is also going back to relationships and trust. And I really feel comfort in my mug. When I come home, I look at my mug and go, ah, I'm home. Okay, so the last thing we're gonna do on the exercise is we're gonna do some mirroring. Okay, so trusting your partner. Here we go. So I'm gonna do it standing. And we're going to do it as a pair, but you can do this. You can also do this with the reflection of your screen as well. So I think you can do it with the reflection of the TV. Okay, so I'm going to do. Okay. Nice, okay. Okay, so in this section, we're going to get you to think creatively. So this is about words, okay? Some of the words that we may have mentioned before and how you can create your own sequence, your own dance. Okay, so the first word that I'm going to introduce you to is love. Okay, what does love feel to you? Warmth, leaning, like, intimacy are just a few words. So for me, there's quite a lot of doing words in there. So for me, leaning could be this. Okay, so let's have a think about this, about how we can move and do a love move. Okay, so I'm going to do this for my love. This is how I'm going to represent love for me. And it's going to go swim and love. Okay, and then what I might do is, because I feel like I want to have the leaning there, I might lean back and drop it forward. Okay, so that's my love move. So let's try it. 5, 6, 7, and circle it round. Good, and hold it here, and lean it back and bring it down. Okay, good. So that's my love. Okay, so let's try it one more time. 5, 6, 7, and swim. And love. And take it back. And take it forward. Nice. Okay, so, and you can add music to this. We've been using the Jess Glynn track called I'll Be There. And so you can put some music on top of this once we put it all together. My next word is safe. Now, what does this mean? Protected, strong, guarded, and secure. So can we think of some words or moves that represent that? I'll give you the example. You don't have to use these examples, but these are moves that I think that could show safe, being in a safe environment. Okay, so for me, there's some doing words which are strong. Okay, so I'm going to do strong. I'm going to go strong, strong, in. And I feel safe. Let's try that again. 5, 6, so we go. Strong, strong, in. Nice. So, if I put it with the love phrase, can we remember the love phrase? I've just done love. Hold it here. I lean it back. Good. Strong. Up, up. And good. Okay. So, let's put it again together a little bit faster. 5, 6. So we go. Love. And here. And hold it here. And lean back. Oh. And take it forward and drop. And strong, strong, hup, hup. Hold it here. Good. Okay. So, the next word, my favourite. Oh, one of my favourites. Because I always think it's quite a good one in dance that we use. Okay, so, are you ready? Happy. Happy. What do we mean by happy? So what are some of those words?
Jumping, excitement, content, being liked.
Okay, so jumping, brilliant
word in dance. Okay, so let's add some movement to what we mean by happy. Here we go. So I'm going to do 2 jumps. Jump, jump. Okay, and I'm going to take my arms back. Jump, jump. Okay, and that is my happy. Okay, so I'm going to put it together from the love. Are we ready, Clem? We could, and that's also excitement, yeah? Okay, so here we go. From the love word, here we go. So we swing the arms, we hold it here, we take it back, we take it forward, we support. What was it? Support. Oh no, what's the next one? Safe, safe, down. Let's repeat that again. Reach up, and down, down. Good. And then the next one, happy. I'm going to jump up, down, and up, down. Good. Okay, so have you got them? You can go over them again. You can pause this video and just go over those words. So one of these words for me mean things what make me happy, content. It's about relationships, and obviously today with RSE Day this is really important, and all of these things that are around trust that then make you feel. The last one that we're going to introduce you to, you ready? So we've got 4 words. Last one, we have support. Support. Okay, so in trust, in relationships, it's about supporting one another. It's being kind to one another. It's not being threatening. It's being there as a friend and being there as a listening ear. Okay, so support in dance is also a really good word. So we have weight, balance, assist, and carry. Okay, so in trust, we can take the arms out and she's going to fall back, keeping her body go. And go. Trust. Okay? Yeah? That's some moves that you can do for support if you're with somebody else in your family. Okay, so here's a phrase that I think you might like around safe. I feel safe. I feel safe closing my eyes. I feel supported. Okay, so I'm just going to close my eyes. I'm going to take it round. Okay? And I'm going to balance to the side. And give myself a lovely supportive cuddle. You can use those words to create your own phrase using some of the words I've introduced you to, or words that you might think of around trust. Okay, so we're going to put it all together. Okay, and then at the end I'm just going to change some of the keywords that we use in dance. So dynamics. Can we do it fast? Can we do it slow? Can we do it sudden? Sudden. We missed the jump. Okay. Yeah. So let's try and put it all together. Are we ready, Clem? So first word is love. Here we go. And love. And hold it there. Reach it back and down. Next word. We've got and safe. Safe. What was the safe word? Can you remember? That was it. Good. Strong. Strong. In. Good. Okay, let's do that again. 5, 6. So it goes. Love. 2, 3, 4. I'm counting. 6, 7, 8, and down. 2, 3, 4. Strong. Safe. And let's do that again. Good. Happy. Are we ready? Have we got the word up? We're ready. There we go. And happy. Happy. Jump. Good. So also a jump. And the last word is support. Support. So what did we do for support? We did this. Round here. Hold it here. 3, 4. Give yourselves a cuddle and finish. Okay, let's put it all together. 5. Without me talking. 5. You ready, Clem? 5, 6, 7, we go. Nice. Okay, so they're all the words. Now you can make them easier, harder, whatever you want to do with them. It's about you making up your own dances and your own phrases based around trust. We hope you enjoyed it, and we can't wait to see some of these videos and photos that you'll be sharing on RSE Day. Thank you.
Good old Ravi. Great story. Thanks, Rebecca. And what wonderful dance and movement from Vanessa. It got us all moving and grooving in the studio for the last hour and a half of RSE Day 2020. Can you believe it's flying by so quickly? Now, we've come to that point in the afternoon where it's really important that all the work that we've been doing today and all the things that we've been thinking about, they kind of all come together now, don't they? So whether you've been thinking about poems or drawing self-care plans, maybe you've been creating collages, bunting, hearts, maybe you've been dancing, doing some of Charlotte's fantastic pictures with found objects, maybe you've been singing. Well, now's the time to bring it all together. So we're going to focus for the next 10 minutes or so on finishing the work that you've been doing so that it's out the way and you can enjoy our story time coming up with Sid from CBeebies. And I've got a challenge as well, because while you're working, I'm going to work as well. I'm going to do a character from my favourite story of the day, and that's Frog in Love. So come with me. Wonderful. And I'm going to have a go at just drawing Frog. Now, I'm not a very good drawer, I'm not a very good painter, but I think that everybody can draw, and they get better if they practice. So let's have a go. I want to draw Frog. So Frog has got a body like this, and he's got a head like this, and he's got another bit of body like this. There we go. And he's got big shorts on, hasn't he, Frog? He's got thin legs, and he wears shorts like this. There we go. And this Frog is a little bit pensive. He's worried, isn't he? Because he doesn't know at this point whether Duck will love him or not. Maybe he doesn't even know at this point whether he loves anybody. He knows he loves somebody. He doesn't know who it is. And then he finds out that it's Duck that he loves. And then when he tells Duck, then Duck says, you know what? I love you too. So there's Duck. There's Frog. We'll maybe draw Duck in a minute as well. What are you drawing at school or at home? What are you painting at the moment? When you've finished doing your work, we'd like to see it, of course, wouldn't we? So make sure that you send it in to hello@challengenottingham.co.uk. And while I'm doing this, Kathy and Glenn are busy putting together the gallery. Now we're going to have a gallery show this afternoon after we've had story time with Sid and we've had the chance to have a chat with Sid about his work. So we're going to do that, and then after that we're going to be showing our gallery. So really we need to have all your work in by, well, I would say 3:15 at the latest, but the sooner we get it, the more stuff we can put in. And of course, it's not just paintings and drawings and pictures. We want your poems, we want your jokes, we want your ideas. Maybe you've had some thoughts about your own self-care plan. So send us your self-care plan so we can share it with everybody else and we can see all the wonderful things that you're planning to do. These are things that you can keep as well, aren't they? They're not just for today. So it's really important that whatever you start doing, you feel confident that you can carry on. And that applies to your drawing and painting or your poetry, but also your self-care plans. I know I'm going to use my self-care plan. I'm just thinking about a place I'm going to go to get a hot chocolate. I've got a few places in mind. Now then, Frog's got green legs. They're probably the greenest animal, frogs and toads. And do you know the difference between a frog and a toad? Well, one of them is that frogs are quite bobbly and knobbly and they've got warty bits on, but frogs are smooth. So if you do see something and think, is that a frog or is it a toad? One way is to very gently either give it a stroke, or probably better just to have a look up close but not disturb it, and see what kind of skin it's got. Now then, Frog was wearing some very natty shorts, and he was doing that in a sort of beige and pink colour, like this. Wonderful. There we go. Are you using paint with your pictures, or are you using felt tips? And maybe you're just doing things with pencil, which is really good too, because with pencil you can do all your outlines and then you can fill in afterwards. And when this is a little bit drier, I can go over all around the edges and fill in some of the detail so it will stand out. But it's good to get the colour on first, and just some careful brush strokes. There we go. Put some in like that. And I'm very lucky because I've got the most fantastic, let me show you my paints. Maybe you've got some paints like this at home. But this is my paint palette here. And I've also got some felt tips as well that I like to use. But my paints, look, how many colours are on there? There must be 40 or so colours on there at least. And that gives you lots of choices. And then if you have, as well as on top of that, then you have some felt tips. When you've finished with your painting, we can start to go round and we can make some outline. Now, I haven't got a really thin marker, but I have got this marker pen here. So I'm just going to go around like this, and I make a nice frog. And I've done this on a card as well, so if I want to, I could cut him out. Or I could put another animal next to, and of course the animal I really need to be putting next to our frog is his special love, which is duck. There we go. And this one here like this. How about that? Now I should do, there we go. There's frog. Shall we give him a band at the top as well? I might leave his shorts intact though. Okay, there's Frog, looking a little bit worried. He's a bit concerned, isn't he? But as you know from the story, by the end of the story, Frog and Duck were together. And that was the story of Frog in Love. Let me just finish him off there. Now, how are you doing with your work at home and at school? Have you brought it on a little bit? Are you ready to send it in? Remember the address to send your work to. hello@challengenottingham.co.uk. Now, how about that? Frog, from Frog in Love. Okay, right. We promised, didn't we, at the start of the day that we would have a very special guest joining us, and we're only 2 or 3 minutes away from our special guest, Sid Sloane. Let's have a go over to Studio 1. There we go, right. We're counting down. Only a few minutes now before we have a story from the one and only, very greatest Sydney Sloane. Now, Sid will be familiar to you, I hope, from CBeebies. He may be familiar to your mums and dads and teachers too. And he's been a feature of children's television since he launched CBeebies back in 2002, 18 years ago. Wow, has it been that long? And in the early days of CBeebies, some of the people who made it famous, like Poi and Chris and Justin and Andy, were part of a whole team bringing educational and entertaining children's TV into people's homes. And it was a real step forward for children's television. And millions of kids enjoyed spending time with the CBeebies team. And probably nobody was more popular than Sid Sloane. Sid started off his career in stage and in radio. But he worked up from performances in things like The Twits by Roald Dahl, one of my favourite authors as well, Roald Dahl. And he was spotted by BBC TV executive. And then the rest is history. And he's now gone on to not only be a famous TV star, but also launch his own theatre company, Roots for Kids, which uses drama and theatre to explore relationships and health and feeling good. It helps people explore their identity and helps them become more secure. Some of the things that Charlotte was showing us in her workshop about acting out, resilient, acting out, strength. These are the kind of things that Sid does with Roots for Kids. So we're going to have a chance to ask him some questions about his work after he's read us his story. If you want to ask Sid a question, there's still a few moments left before we close our line for questions. And send your question for Sid to hello@challengenottingham.co.uk, and I'll try and include it in our Q&A that we're going to have. He's going to be live with us in the studio in about 15 minutes' time. Hope you're really enjoying RSE Day. We've got about an hour left of activities, and although it's been a long day so far, we're not finished yet, and I hope you're not finished either. We've got some more stuff to bring you, more stories, more fun, and you've got some more stuff to send us so we can put them in our big gallery show. It's filling up. Glenn, is it filling up yet? It's filling up. Kathy, is your social media filling up? Filling up. Okay, good. We've got lots of stuff to show you. Make sure you're in it, okay? Make sure that your pictures, your poems, they're there. They should be in there. We're going to read some poems out too. We've had some fabulous ones so far. If you want us to read your poem, or if you just want to have a shout out on TV, let us know, and we'll put you in our gallery show at 3:20. Okay, now, have I got my questions for Sid? Yes, got my questions for Sid. Am I sitting comfortably? Yes, I'm sitting comfortably. Okay, and when you're ready, and I'm ready, and Sid's ready, here's Sid Sloane with his story. Enjoy.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Sid from CBeebies and Let's Play. Got a little bit of a lockdown facial hair thing going on, and I've lost the dreadlocks for those who recognise me from Let's Play. And I'm so glad to be supporting RSE today. Here's my story at 2:45. Now, at the end of this story, oh my goodness, did you see that? Sniffy the dog just jumped off the sofa. Sniffy, what is he doing? Now you stay there like a good boy, okay? You said you behave yourself. Now stay there, behave. Naughty. Sorry about that. Now, at the end of this story, this is a very interactive moment. So there's a nice little getting to know yourself session, which we'll have at the end of the story. So hands up if you're going to join in with that. All the hands, please. Come on, you as well. Put your hand up. Come on. Come on, we're all waiting for you. That's it, hands up. Fantastic. At the end, nice bit of interaction. This is a lovely little story. Now, this is all about relationships and sex education. And one of the things that I find really important to understand before getting into relationships with other people, whether they're friendships or family relationships or other intimate types of relationships, it's about getting to know me first. The more I know myself, the better I can be with others. So my story today, it's called Listening with My Heart, and it's all about compassion for self. And I think that's a really good place to come from when it comes to having relationships of any kind. So I do hope you enjoy the story. Stick with me as we go all the way through to the end, and then at the end we're going to have a little interaction together where we'll get to know ourselves a little bit more. Okay, here we go. Listening with My Heart by Gabby Garcia, illustrated by Ying Hui Tan. This is a story of kindness and self-compassion. Esperanza's tummy fluttered as she practiced her lines on the porch. Today was the class play. Waiting for Mama to walk with her to school, she paced back and forth when she spotted a heart-shaped rock. Esperanza picked it up and showed it to Mama as soon as she walked out. "I see you found a little treasure," said Mama. She rubbed its rough surfaces and felt a twinkle of joy. Maybe it's a sign. For what? Asked Mama. Esperanza thought about the class play later that afternoon and wondered what it would be like in the spotlight. To put my heart into everything I do, she answered. At that moment, they heard scratching and a soft cry. Esperanza peeked under the stairs and spotted a kitty shaking and shivering. No Mama in sight. She scooped the kitten onto her lap and cuddled her. She's all alone. I think she's hungry. Esperanza reached for her lunch bag, pinched off a piece of chicken and offered it to the kitty, who gobbled it up. Mama, I think the rock is a reminder to spread kindness and love. That's what we do when we listen with our hearts. I think you're onto something, said Mama. Can we keep Cleopatra? Please, asked Esperanza, who'd already named the kitty. Queens are always welcome at our house, said Mama. If she's still here after school, we'll take her in. At school, Esperanza was more focused on the play than on math or reading. Clutching her script during recess, she noticed Bayo sitting alone on a bench. He was new at school this week and didn't speak English. She wondered if he felt lonely or scared. Esperanza found a soccer ball and kicked it over to him. A smile spread across Bayo's face. He stood, popped the ball in the air, then bounced it between his knee and his head a few times. Dude's got moves, thought Esperanza. They spent the rest of the recess giggling and making up hand signals. Afterwards, Esperanza borrowed Miss Owen's English-Vietnamese dictionary. She wrote friend in Vietnamese, drew a picture of Bayo and her, then placed it on his desk. Esperanza rubbed the rock in her pocket. Listening with her heart made her feel peaceful inside. Finally, it was time for the performance. It was too late for Bayo to be in the play, but he stood at Miss Owen's side as a stagehand. Excitement bubbled as Esperanza awaited her cue. Esperanza walked on stage, tripped as she was about to say her first line and splattered across the stage. When she got up, Esperanza forgot her lines, so Miss Owen whispered them to her from backstage. Heat rushed through Esperanza's body as all eyes were glued on her. She wished she could disappear. I ruined the play, Esperanza thought, rushing off stage as soon as she'd finished her part. I messed up in front of everyone. She tucked herself in behind some props so no one would see her. Esperanza noticed her body shaking and her face still burning. She took a deep breath and tears streamed down her face. Esperanza dug out the rock in her pocket. It was cracked and lopsided, just how she felt. Esperanza touched her hand to her heart and felt the disappointment. A few minutes later, Bayo walked over and handed Esperanza a drawing of her with the word friend written above it. Esperanza nodded. She realized she hadn't been treating herself like a friend. Esperanza realized this wasn't the first time she'd been unkind to herself. At the soccer game last weekend, she'd missed the ball that swooshed by her head, and they lost the game. "Nice work!" a player from the team yelled as the others laughed. Esperanza thought that she had let her team down and was the worst soccer player in the world. Thinking those thoughts had made her feel worse. At the curtain call, Esperanza reminded herself she hadn't ruined the play. She'd had an accident, and accidents happen to everyone. Listening with her heart wasn't just about spreading kindness and love to others. It was about giving it to herself too. I can be a friend to myself, thought Esperanza. When Esperanza got home, she decided to do some of her favourite things. She zipped down the hill on her bike, then spent the afternoon painting at the kitchen table. She also got the hug she needed from Mama and some cuddles from Cleopatra. And that's the end of the story. Hopefully you found it as lovely and as kind and caring as I felt reading it. And who hasn't been in that position? We've all done that sort of thing. We've all felt the burn, as I like to say before. I know I certainly have, and it's taught me a lot. So it's the interactive time. So hands up, all those who put their hands up before. And if anyone hasn't got their hands up, those who have, look at them and just give their little hand a raise for me, would you? Come on, everyone, hands up, you're going to join in. Right, here we go. This is about listening with your heart. It says here, this is the rest of the book. Some days stink. Sure do. Not everything will go the way you want. You'll get upset. When this happens, you can pause, take a few deep breaths, and practice listening with your heart. You can name what you are feeling. Whatever you feel, it's okay. Listen to your body. Notice the sensations you are having. Pay attention to your self-talk. That's the talk that's going on inside your head. Sometimes you say the words, but it's mainly the conversation you're having inside your head with yourself. Are the words supportive and understanding, or mean and rude? Are you being a friend to yourself? When we treat ourselves with the same kindness and understanding we'd give to someone we care for, we are practicing self-compassion. Being the friend I need. Wrap your arms around yourself. Now, this is the interactive bit, or one of them. Get your arms, give yourself a nice big hug. That's it, pull in tight around the back of your shoulders there. Give it a gentle rock if you like. Feels nice, doesn't it? Wrap your arms around yourself and give yourself a gentle hug. Take a few deep breaths. Nice. When I feel sadness, may I treat myself like the friend I need. May I show love and kindness to myself. When I feel anger, may I treat myself like the friend I need. May I show love and kindness to myself. Think of feelings you experience that are difficult. And try and put a word to those feelings. Let's try and think of something right now that may have been difficult for you recently, either today, earlier on this morning, getting here or getting where you are now, getting ready to be where you are now. Something that may have been frustrating for you. I know we've all been going through difficult times recently, lately, now with this pandemic, dealing with COVID-19, SARS-2, as we may call it. What sort of challenges have you found that are difficult? Put a word to it. Find a word. Okay, now I want you to use that word to fill in the blank space that I'm going to give you in just a moment. Okay, so think of the word. Here comes the blank space. When I feel, may I treat myself like the friend I need. May I show love and kindness to myself. That was a nice hug, wasn't it? Kind words for myself. Now place both hands over your heart. Take one hand, place it over the other, and place them over your heart. Notice your hands touching each other and touching your heart. Take a few deep breaths. You can close your eyes at this point if you wish. Nice. What loving and understanding words or phrases would you like to hear when you're having a tough time or feeling upset? What would feel good or comforting to hear? I like to hear, you can do it. Well done. Keep trying. You're doing your best. Things like that. It will get better. Take some time and see what words or phrases come up for you. Write them in a notebook and read them to yourself whenever you need to hear them. We are all connected. Everyone messes up. Everyone. Trust me. Everyone makes mistakes and everyone feels strong emotions. It's totally normal. Everyone also wants to feel kindness and love. This is what connects us to each other. Place your hands gently on your lap now. Just let your shoulders relax. Let your arms go loose. Hands on your lap. Take a few deep breaths. Close your eyes if you wish. Nice. Now say these words to yourself. I connect to myself through love and kindness. I connect to others through love and kindness. I connect to the world through love and kindness. Notice how you feel after doing these activities. You can do them whenever you want. Listening with your heart feels good. It connects you to others and reminds you to be a friend to yourself. It helps to grow a more peaceful world. What a lovely book, don't you think? I'm just going to go back to the beginning page so I can tell you that once again it was by Gabby Garcia, illustrated by Ying Hui Tan, and I certainly hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for joining in, all of those who put their hands up, even those who didn't. I have been Sid. This is my story corner, which I use to read stories live at 6:45 Monday to Friday on my YouTube channel for Story Time with Sid. So you can join me anytime, maybe this evening. And well, I look forward to catching up with you another time. Have a fantastic rest of the day. In fact, I think I'm going to be here in just a minute. See you soon.
Wow, what a fantastic story. Thanks, Sid. Hey, and by the magic of television, I'm delighted to say that we are joined in the studio on a live link by Sid Sloane. Hi, Sid. How are you?
Hey, John.
Great to see you.
Yeah, I'm really good, thanks. Thank you very much. You're doing an amazing job, by the way. I've been watching you throughout the day.
Oh, well, thank you very much. It's been loads of fun. And of course, we couldn't have done it without all our contributors like you. And I've got a load of questions here, Sid, that we've had sent in from lots of children and lots of schools who've been taking part in the activities today. Shall we crack on and have a few questions and find out a bit more about the things that you like and the books that you love? Is that okay?
Yeah, why not? Let's do it.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, well, let's start with one that was sent in from Old Baseford School. And it was, who are the people that you love? And why do you love them?
Oh, what a wonderful question. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about all the people I love. Thanks, Old Baseford School. Let's start off from the very beginning, how I entered into this world via my mother, who I love very much. She's not having a great time at the moment, so I'm particularly full of loving vibes for her, so I'm sending those out all the time at this present moment. She's currently in hospital, but she's doing okay. It's nothing too heavy, so she's all right. So I love my mum. I love all of my family members, my two brothers and my sister. I love my son, who's a big boy now, much older than you kids probably, and he's given me, believe it or not, kids, I'm actually a granddad. So I love my granddaughter.
No way.
And I've got, yep, and I've got a whole lot of love for my fiancée, Natalie, who's in another room next door.
That's beautiful, Sid. And I guess another question which kind of follows on from that has come from Colonel Frank Seeley School in Calverton. And they want to know who or what makes you happy. I'm sure there's loads of things. Give us a sample of what makes you happy.
Oh, wow. Well, thank you, Colonel Frank School. What makes me happy is just being able to wake up in the day and go for a lovely long walk along the sea, which I live very near to. So I go for long walks in the seafront. I like to meditate. I like to start my day nice and calmly. I like to eat healthily. That really, there's nothing that makes me happier than a bowl of fruit salad. I have to say that without doubt. It makes me so happy. I love engaging with children. So you're in the right space, kids, for talking to me, because I love talking to you. I love empowering you and listening to you, giving you a voice and encouraging you to be the best that you can be, but also showing you how to do that. So I love communicating and I love, being able to pass on a really positive message. That makes me so happy.
Sid, you've been, a fixture in the lives of children, but also adults, mums and dads and grandparents for years. Was it those experiences in theatre and then into television that got you interested in the theme of relationships and well-being? What lay behind that?
I think it's just something that I've always had within me, John, to be honest. I grew up in a time when there was a lot of racism in the world that I was living in, much more in-your-face type of racism. It's still about today, and obviously there's a lot of issues going on now which look at that. And, the theme of love can be brought into understanding a lot of what people are fearful of in that sense. But I think growing up as a kid, I always felt like I had an ability to get on well with people. I was always smiling. So people always kind of tended to like me or find it easy to get along with me. And so I developed a skill and ability to communicate with people. And I feel like that was what gave me my passion, if you like, for living and for getting on and communicating. And I've forgotten what the question was now. What was it again?
Well, I think you're answering it, don't worry. It was about that, your particular interest in well-being and relationships and how we can strengthen children through art and creativity. Yeah,
so it was actually, like you suggested, the engagement in becoming a children's television presenter that opened the door for me understanding more about the well-being of kids. Because working with BBC, of course, I got to understand the research that they were doing, which helped them to formulate the programming, the type of content that they were putting on, the times, the scheduling that they worked with. I learned to understand and get to communicate more with children from that experience. And of course, being a children's television presenter, I got to meet children all the time, especially at the BBC. We'd always have guests in at the studio and things like that. And so, I think it was that thing that even before then, you'd find me at a party, and if it was a family party with children around, the kids just seemed to gravitate towards me. I wouldn't do anything. They just come running up to me, and I couldn't resist, having a little game with them or showing them something that they needed to learn, or just mucking around. So I think it's always been in me, and well-being is obviously a key factor to confidence and to not being afraid, to losing that fear and trying things out that are new. And so, it all goes together, really, doesn't it?
It does, and if you've got that magic quality, Sid, where people are drawn to you, you can't avoid but respond to that positively. Tell us a bit more about your project Roots for Kids. That's such an interesting sounding project.
Root for Kids is well, like you mentioned me being in theatre, and I love performing live. There's nothing better for me in terms of performance. Love performing live. So anything I get to do, a chance I get to interact on that level is what gives me passion. So the theatre company was just an idea to keep me working, but also performing live. And then it's developed into me working directly with children, providing workshops and one-to-one sessions and a breakfast club, which I'm just launching online live. And they're all about, basically parents in schools, they struggle to fully support their children's mental and physical well-being. So what I've learned to do through upskilling, coaching, learning to be a coach, understanding well-being and so forth, is provide tools and insights to give children positive ways of making behavioural changes and also living healthy futures, having a strong, healthy future. And those things are all embedded in the things that I do, the engagements that I have. They're all about teaching those tools, looking at solution-focused thinking, having a growth mindset. But I bring in all the skills that I have, that I've grown up to learn with in terms of performance particularly, to help deliver that message.
Yeah, it's a very strong one, Sid. And I know that you've got your regular bedtime stories, which have really come to the fore during this period of lockdown, where we've not been able to do as much face-to-face contact time with kids in schools. There's such a success, your bedtime stories. One of our questions was, which are your favourite bedtime stories about love?
Oh, well.
Yeah, I know, I'll put you on the spot, okay?
I just read that one, which is a fantastic story, and I think that's spot on because I'm all about self-development and self-awareness. So anything that helps one to tune in and take that journey from the inside out rather than the other way around, that I'm all for. Thumbs up. I love the. I read a book. I think it was not yesterday, the day before, Storytime Live with Sid. I read the Dr. Seuss book of love, which I think is so cool. So that's probably one of my favourites because Dr. Seuss I'm a big fan of. I love the way he rhymes and comes up with crazy words and descriptions.
Was that a childhood thing, Sid? Was that from childhood as well? Did you have childhood books you're still reading?
Yeah, I wasn't a massive reader growing up. Actually, I grew up in southwest London. So my growing up was very much in the playgrounds on the estate and around the estates that I grew up in. But I got into books later on in life. My early books were Peter and Jane books. I don't know if you know those ones, John. Yeah. But Dr. Seuss was definitely one of my first just wonderful journeys of words, and I do love words. So yeah, I'm a big Seuss fan, and his book on love is one of my faves.
Yeah, fabulous. And we've had a day, I don't know whether you caught Manjit Sahota was in the studio earlier today doing poems, and we're going to be featuring some poems this afternoon in our gallery show that have been sent in. And I think that whole theme of using words to describe how we feel has been one of the most positive things of today. It's really coming through.
Yes.
A couple of things that have come through from our audience, just about, obviously you're known to us through TV, now online, but you have friends outside of TV. What's that relationship like? Because we are about relationships today. How does it feel being just a mate of somebody? People know you as Sid Sloane, but what about the people who know you off screen? What's that relationship like for you and for them?
Yeah, well, CBeebies is obviously a massive force. So, and obviously being there from the very beginning has meant that I've gone along with that. So even my family will call me Sid to people, which is quite interesting. And so I have to kind of work quite hard actually at just reminding people that I'm not just that person off the television. So those relationships are really good. The cool ones where, my friends are just my friends and we talk and we laugh and it's purely innocent and happy and in the moment. Those things are really, really, really precious moments for me because as I've grown as a profile, if you like, it becomes even more important to continue to hone and develop those relationships. And I have the most wonderful partner, Natalie, my fiance, who is very good at helping me to stay grounded.
Yeah, Sid, I was thinking about your family you talked about earlier, really important to you. You're a granddad, hard to tell, but you are. One of the other things we've been doing today is planning our best self-care day, where we think about the place we want to go, some comfort, whether it's ice creams and hot chocolate, the people we want to be with, and something we might do at home. For you, what is the best self-care day for Sid Sloane? Where are you, and what kind of things you're doing, and who you're with?
Well, all of those things that I mentioned earlier, the fresh fruit salad, the going for the walk, the meditation, those are really wonderful things for me that I do every day. I practice those things because they're self-care things to do. I write, so every morning I'll splurge out whatever's on my mind onto the paper, or most mornings, say every morning. I'm not exactly every single morning, but most mornings as a practice. And I think it's that, what was in the book that I read earlier is having that thing in the head, this self-talk, making sure that that's healthy and that's a practice, to recognize where I might actually be going somewhere that isn't positive, somewhere that doesn't help me to move forward, somewhere that's not bad self-talk, but really healthy self-talk. And one can't do that unless one becomes completely aware of it. And so walking without music, without anything else to interrupt, just listening to nature, finding space, having some meditation is good mind space. It's very, very, very good for the grey matter in your brain. eating well, exercising, those are all fantastic self-care things. So for me, a perfect day is waking up, having some meditation, going for a walk, coming back, doing some writing, having a healthy breakfast, being with the person that I love the most in my life. What more could I ask for?
This sounds like
what the weather's like.
Yeah, this sounds like your, a fantastic handbook for healthy living. And maybe this should be a publication. We'll be scribbling all these things down, Sid.
I've got them all from books, John, so they're out there somewhere.
No, yeah, put it on, absolutely, stick it out online. Sid Sloane's 26 A to Z things to do to keep healthy. Sounds fabulous. And
yes. Yeah.
We could talk all day, but we're going to be going to a story from Marcia Watson called The Owl Babies shortly. But I want to ask you, what's next on your agenda? You've accomplished so much. What else is coming? What's next for you?
Well, it is more of the same in regards to working with children. So the Breakfast Club Live is a very, very important thing that I'm launching, because it's all about teaching the science of health and well-being. So we're coming at it from that perspective, but making it really fun, making it very engaging. But there's an app that goes along with this Breakfast Club, so it supports parents to encourage their children to stay healthy, and it gives children lots of things to look at in terms of why it's important to be healthy, not just eat your 5 fruit and veg every day. And continuing on with the development of the brand, actually, the Root for Kids brand, along with myself. There's a lot more things to do with regards to launching this Breakfast Club nationally, internationally. Sid is very big in Africa on CBeebies, actually. Maybe you don't know that. But so there's lots of work in that respect in developing the project and continuing on working with kids on a one-to-one basis, so intervention programs, using workshops. I've got a plan for an outdoor theatre space, which would be fantastic for children from low socioeconomic backgrounds, which need support and funding, but I'm sure I'll get there when I get around to bringing that to the fore. And that's a big project which looks at all elements of your senses, bringing those alive, and then culminating that into a theatre project at the end. So turning our kids into producers, giving them the voice, always continuing to advocate for children having the voice and their own self-well-being.
Sid, it sounds amazing. It's all encompassing. We're really grateful for your support for RSE Day 2020. I hope this is the start or the continuation of a beautiful relationship. We'll encourage everyone to check out your bedtime stories at 6:45. Thank you. Hope to see you again.
Thanks,
we're going to go to Marcia Watson for the Owl Babies. Cheers, Sid. Thank you.
Good morning. So today we're going to be reading Owl Babies. And this book is written by Martin Waddle and Patrick Benson. Once there were 3 baby owls, Sarah, Percy and Bill. They lived in a hole in the trunk of a tree with their owl mother. The hole had twigs and leaves and owl feathers in it. It was their house. One night they woke up and their owl mother was gone. "Where's Mummy?" asked Sarah. "Oh my goodness," said Percy. "I want my mummy," said Bill. The baby owls thought, and owls think a lot. "I think she's gone hunting," said Sarah. "To get us our food," said Percy. "I want my mummy," said Bill. But their owl mother didn't come. The baby owls came out of their house and they sat on the tree and they waited. A big branch for Sarah and a small branch for Percy and an old bit of ivy for Bill. "She'll be back," said Sarah. "Back soon," said Percy. "I want my mummy," said Bill. It was dark in the wood and they had to be brave, for things moved all around them. "She'll bring us mice and things that are nice," said Sarah. "I suppose so," said Percy. I want my mummy, said Bill. They sat and they thought, and all owls think a lot. I think we should all sit on my branch, said Sarah. And they did. All three got together. Suppose she's got lost, said Sarah. Or a fox got her, said Percy. I want my mummy, said Bill. And the baby owls closed their owl eyes and wished their owl mother would come. And she came. Soft and silent, she swooped through the trees to Sarah and Percy and Bill. Mummy, they cried, and they flapped and they danced and they bounced up and down on their branch. What's all the fuss? Their owl mother asked. You knew I'd come back. The baby owls thought, and all owls think a lot. I knew it, said Sarah. And I knew it, said Percy. I love you, Mummy, said Bill. Oh. Hope you enjoyed that. Thank you.
Wow, Councillor Maria Watson with a story that's close to everyone's heart. The Owl Babies. Thanks, Maria. That was lovely. We've got one more councillor reading coming up to close the day, and that's with Councillor David Mellon, who started us off 9 o'clock this morning. But before we finish RSE Day 2020, we promised that we would show all the work that's been coming into the studio today. So we're going to run through a gallery of all the pictures, photographs, and various other bits and pieces of creative activity that you've been working on so hard, not just in Nottingham, but all across the country. We've had submissions from all over Britain, which has been fabulous. We're going to put those up for you, and we're going to spend a bit of time looking at your work and talking about it. Then we're going to have a bit of music and finish off with some poems and some stories. So let's start today's gallery. Got a pair of, I think they're called empathy glasses, that help us see the world through somebody else's eyes. What a fantastic pair of spectacles they are. They're really good. I like those very much. Very colourful. Now, this is from Bulwell Academy, and it's about our Armistice Runner, which is a book that we're being recommended. It inspires feelings of love, kindness, empathy and understanding. Thanks for that, Bulwell Academy. Ooh, good bit of bunting there. That's nice to see. Have you done some bunting in your school or at home? So the bunting's been made out of some paper and then hooked up with some string there. And we've got a couple of hands reaching out, hands of friendship. And this has come from Riverdale School. There's one thing I've learnt about RSE through poetry. In a relationship, you still need to be yourself and be independent. Oh, that's really strong. That's a really profound thing to say. Well done. Now, this is one of my favourite forms of writing poetry. It's called an acrostic, where you write the letters down in a column and then use the first letter. We've got being kind, always honest. I'm always loyal, and loving, and enjoyable. That's come from Bailey. Well done, Bailey. That's really good. Beautiful hands there. It looks like somebody's drawn around their hands. That's a really good way to make a form of art. And then write in each finger and thumb all the different qualities, things that you want. I can see a be kind in there. What does love mean? What does love mean to you? Love means caring for someone and being friends. It means helping each other and supporting each other. Being nice is really important, and spending time being with your family. Your family provides you with lots of love, doesn't it? Here we've got another fantastic heart. Lots of different things that are all part of our heart. And some of those things, when Sid was talking about, some of them are strong emotions. But in there we also have fondness and kindness and warmth. Look at that beautiful heart montage. Isn't that lovely? Superb collage there. Well done. Let's have a look at the next slide. I love you because... I bet we can all finish that, can't we? We've all got a different way to finish that sentence. I love you because... And here's a heart you could hang up. You could hang it around the house. You could hang it in the garden, hang it from a tree. Someone's used some sticking and gluing there to make a fantastic collage and put it onto the back of a heart. That looks very attractive. Good idea to try at home. We can also make art with our bodies, can't we? That was something Vanessa was doing, and also Charlotte, exploring our physical expression. And that's a nice heart shape you can make with your hands. So you don't need paint and glue and felt tip and pencils. But if you do have lots of colouring pencils, you can create something like this, which is a fabulous selection of ribbons with messages on. That's a wonderful example of what you can do when you've got a full box of crayons and paints. Ah, now then, this is very clever. Now what we've got here is an example of a bit of origami, a bit of folding out with using your hands as the shape, then making them into sort of hand-shaped butterflies or spiders, and then using them to write down all different things about love and relationships, but also to string them together like they're a big banner. I love that. That's very clever. This is a serious piece of work. Somebody's really put a lot of time into thinking about words that harm. So we have words that make us feel good, words that are about loving and trusting and respect. We also know there are words that harm, don't we? We need to find a way of dealing with it when we hear bad words. It's not because of you, it's usually because of the person saying them, and helping them feel loved is really important. Another fantastic collection of drawings and words all about family. That deserves a closer look, doesn't it? Shall we just hold that screen there for a moment? Looks like a graphic novel someone's created for us there. And it explores through those different pictures the different emotions in a relationship, both the positive and then maybe some of the things which challenge you in a relationship. It's not always about ice cream and milkshakes, is it? Real relationship, they have challenges. The things we've learnt about today, about being resilient and about collaborating, communicating and being trusting and respectful, help us overcome all those challenges. Fantastic. Now here is Finley's self-care plan. We talked a lot about self-care plans today, didn't we? Create some hearts. And you can do this at home anytime. Anytime you think, I'd like to plan something that makes me feel good, put 5 hearts on a piece of paper and write something about yourself and something about your home, something about a place you want to go and the people you want to be with, and something which makes you feel good, which is a comfort. And put them all together, and that starts to make a really fantastic self-care day that you can take yourself on. And as Sid was saying, you don't have to wait for a special day to do that. You could do that any day. Every day should be a self-care day. Thank you, Finley. That's really lovely. And so's Dylan's too. Also from Fernwood School. I think it looks like Fernwood have been busy with the self-care plans, and I hope you carry on using them, Fernwood. like all the other schools, because it looks like your students are really thinking about how to look after themselves and the things which make them happy. If we've got nice things to do, it makes us feel good. And caring is part of that, isn't it? Caring for each other and caring for ourselves. I love the chalks, guys. I love the chalk picture. That's fabulous. Well done. Using not paper or cardboard, but just using playground, using the floor, using the asphalt. Takes a piece of chalk really well, doesn't it? And colours too. That's from Glapton Academy, who've been outside today, and why not? It's been a fantastic day and a great time to go outside and do your art in nature. Look at the beautiful colours in there. The greeny yellow and the mauve and the beige, they go really well together, and the lovely blurring in. So you've been very expressive there and used your chalks really intelligently, Glapton. That's a really lovely picture. Now, P6P Partnership have been sending in some stuff, and there's Heidi with her story of Grace. Beautifully illustrated. Grace learns that she is loved by her family wherever they are in the world. And families, like stories, are what you make of them. Some of us have family that live far, far away. That doesn't mean they're not really close in our hearts, and it doesn't mean we can't stay closely in touch with them, particularly now we have the internet to talk with people on the other side of the world. So your family can be far away but still really close. Now, Glade Hill, what have you been doing? Making love hearts and enjoying listening to the stories. Well, I'm really glad you have, because we've had some fantastic stories today. You look like you've been really busy, and it's good to see the class there in action and everybody working away, doing some cutting skills, making some hearts. Not easy to do, are they? You have to practice, but that's good. Practice, you get better and better, and you make things quicker and faster once you've had a good practice. Now, Frances and her family are at home watching some old fella on the TV there talking about love and relationship. It's like you're comfy. That might be one of your comfy places in your self-care plan. Snuggle up on the sofa. This is a whole wall of love. Let's go in a little bit closer, shall we? Let's see what people are putting on their hearts. Love is caring, sharing. It's helping. It's lovely to help. People feel great when you help them, but you feel, well, you feel, there you go, warm and fuzzy. Put your hand up if you've ever felt warm and fuzzy. Oh, lots of hands going up in the studio from Middleton School. I hope you're feeling warm and fuzzy now, Middleton. That is fantastic. And so is this. This is incredible. Now, this is a bake-off. And these are all, look at that biscuit in the middle. Another one from Middleton School. This is really cracking. Wow, I can see a muffin, loads of biscuits there. And what's that in the top corner? Can we just close in on that top right corner? And up a bit? There we go. We've got, look at those cakes. Wow. Now that's made me feel hungry. Don't know about you, Glenn, but I could do with a slice of that cake. Now, I'm not asking you to send me a slice of cake, Middleton, but you know what, if you felt like it? Anyway, Walter Hall's primary school, they've been doing hearts too. Love is hearts. And on their hearts, they've been drawing and colouring in and creating. Love is being silly. Yeah, you know what? It really is. Being silly makes us laugh. Being silly makes us forget about some of the things that we worry about. Being silly is a really big part of having a healthy relationship, isn't it? And knowing when to not be silly is also important. You can't be silly all the time. But yeah, being silly, I like that. That's really good. The rabbits, Walter Hall's primary, are watching Sid. Wow, that's fabulous. And Albert says it's important to be kind to your friends. Thanks, Albert. I love that advice. I hope you all enjoyed listening to Sid's stories and then some of his activities. There we go. That was the gallery. Hope you enjoyed that. That work was incredible. I'm really delighted. I'm really moved, actually, that you've created so much stuff and sent it in for us. Keep it coming, because even though the live TV show is going to finish in half an hour or so, we'll still have the galleries on our Facebook page and also at challengenottingham.co.uk. So you can still tweet or email in the art activities that you've created today, and we'll carry on putting them up there, and you'll be able to go and visit them. Wonderful. We're going to have a few poems for you too. So if you sent us a poem and you didn't see it in the gallery, don't worry. We're going to be having our poetry gallery coming up in a short while. But first, before that, and a little break for you, you can just sit back and enjoy again somebody we've had a special request for. We heard from them earlier, but we had some requests in to say, please, can we hear Liam Bailey singing Love Thy Neighbour one more time? So, here he is.
I want to give a big shout out to all those everyday people keeping their heads together, trying to make the ends meet in this man-made world we can't control. Every which one of us can be bought or sold. I send bad thanks and praises to all the lovers in the world. You keep doing you. Your heart is your pearl. Keep going till you get right. Keep your head high when you get right. Even though it's getting hard to live free, good souls are the best of me. I try and love my neighbor, even though my neighbor don't love me. Just lately I find life, it's been more like a test. Had my fair share of dark roads, fair share of sinking heart and emptiness. Even the luckiest man can't always be blessed. I was so self-consumed, more than happy to abuse. I nearly lost every good thing, nearly made all the wrong moves, but you can always get through. Keep you so good and you do you. Even though it's getting hard to live free, yeah. Good souls are the best of me, yeah. Even though it's getting hard to live free, I try and love my neighbor, even though I know my neighbor don't love me. I try and love my neighbor, even though I know my neighbor don't love me. I try and love my neighbor, shine like you do. Thank you.
Feels like that's a theme tune for RSE Day 2020. I'll be playing that for a long time. One of the most important parts of RSE Day 2020 has been the role played by Challenge Nottingham. And we've gone through all the day with all our partners coming in from schools and from RSE Day, from the Sex Education Forum, counsellors, people like Sid. But we haven't really had a chance to talk about Challenge Nottingham. And Challenge is the cultural education partnership for Nottingham and plays a really important role in connecting artists and creatives and people from the cultural community with schools and with education. And all the way through the day, off camera, working hard, and not just today, but for weeks before, has been the wonderful Kathy Mahmood. And I'm delighted that finally she's had a chance to step out from away from behind the laptop and onto the screen. Hello, Kathy. Hi. Welcome formally to RSE Day 2020. It's lovely to have had you with us all day, and you've been working really hard on stuff, but you haven't had a chance really to talk about Challenge. So let's take a couple of minutes. Tell us about Challenge and tell us why it's so important.
Wow, well, thank you. It's so lovely to come and see everybody. Challenge is our fantastic collaboration of arts organisations from across the city and artists with schools and youth groups and community groups all working together to try and make sure that every single child growing up in Nottingham has access and can engage in brilliant arts and culture. And we really, throughout Challenge, really want to hear from children about what they think being creative is all about. And we want to encourage arts organisations to listen and hear from children so that when they are working with schools or inviting you into their venues, their fantastic galleries or museums or theatres, they really are able to programme things that you want. So that's what Challenge is all about.
And we've seen, haven't we, from some of the artists that we've shared with today, the kind of people who are involved in Challenge. Can you tell us a little bit about the artists that we've seen today? Why did you choose them to come and talk about their art and show us things to do for RSE Day? What made them particularly right for RSE Day?
Well, I think we really want to show that creativity comes in so many different forms. So that's why we wanted to have a whole range of different things, from poetry, music, visual arts, dance, because there's something for everyone, isn't there? And we can all be creative. So we've worked with the Nottingham Music Hub to bring you some of the fantastic music, and they've been working so hard during this lockdown period to keep in touch with all the pupils that they work with across the city, and we really wanted to give them an opportunity to show you what they've been doing. We've also worked with two visual artists, Charlotte Tupper and Shamila Chaddi, who are both just fantastic at coming up with ideas. We knew that they would embrace those themes of respect and resilience and come up with ideas for you to have a go at. Very much finding ways to be creative with the things that you've got at home and finding the materials and working with them. And then obviously Manjit, who was so wonderful this morning, the poet, hopefully inspired you to have a go at some poems and writing yourself. And obviously poetry is a fabulous way of expressing yourself, as is all of these different art forms. And Vanessa Roxspring, who was able to run through a dance workshop with you, her dance is actually available from the website. So you can go onto the Challenge website and actually learn a whole dance, a trust dance, if you're wanting to go through some other moves. So they're all just experts in their field and fabulous people to work with. And it's been a joy, really, to put all this together in a few weeks.
And of course, Nottingham, like many other cities, has a lot of local arts festivals, and these are really good ways for people to get involved in their community. And do you think it's important that people can get involved in something that's right on their doorstep?
Absolutely, and I think it's really important for children as well to see that they are the ones that can put a smile on people's faces themselves. So you making things and putting rainbows in your windows or hearts in your windows, we've all seen that over the last few months what a massive impact that can have for everybody that's going on their daily walks or walking about their neighbourhood. And one of the things that we're doing with Challenge is working with Nonsuch to develop that idea and to have a signpost to a new normal project where we're looking for you to give us your slogans, poems, posters, drawings to turn into posters that can be printed, scaled up and printed, so that it can put a smile on people's faces as they walk to school or walk around their neighbourhood. So please do get involved in that extra project as well.
That's Nonsuch Theatre, who are one of the Challenge partners, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think we're going to hear from Maeve from Nonsuch all about that project. Are we ready to roll VT?
I hope so.
I hope so. No, maybe not. Tell us a little bit, while we're waiting, tell us a little bit about Nonsuch
Oh, Nonsuch are our event. They've got an amazing venue that's just fairly new in Hockley in the city centre. So they bring you all sorts of drama and theatre projects, but work in a million different ways, really, with communities across the city. They've been working with Bulwell Toy Library on a fantastic project at Barker's Wood. So if you're in Bulwell, you may have seen Nonsuch around. And they run all throughout the quarantine period while we've been in lockdown. They've had daily emails called Creative Quarantine, just really encouraging people to have a go, get creative, express yourself, and yeah, all sorts of things are available if you look at the Nonsuch Studio website.
And what have you got planned for Challenge over the coming year, Kathy?
Oh, we're doing so much. we're basically, our partnership is growing all the time. So there are lots of arts organisations across the city that are part of Challenge. And we're all working together at the moment to try and find ways to really engage children that may not have access to the internet or have printers at home. And we're doing lots of art box deliveries. So I'll be out with 350 boxes next week to food banks. And we're doing all sorts of things, from writing projects, letters of solidarity with UNESCO City of Literature. Primary are working with Mellors School on some fantastic work. And we're really trying to connect the arts organisations with communities and bolster all that work and ways of collaborating together to make it as good as it can be.
Kathy, fabulous. You're going to stick around because you're going to help me read some poems out. But first, we're going to hear from Maeve at Nonsuch all about that project. Thanks, Kathy.
That's okay, thanks.
Hello, my name is Maeve and I work at Nonsuch Studios in Nottingham. So we're an arts venue and we work with a lot of different schools and community groups across Nottingham. And we think that RSE Day is a fantastic opportunity to educate ourselves and improve well-being, respect and healthy forms of communication. We have a project running at the minute which might be of interest to some of you, so I'm just going to talk about it really quickly and let you know what it is. So we want to hear from children and young people and anyone under 25 around Nottingham to spread messages of positivity and hope across their areas and their community within Nottingham. Now these can be signposts, messages, poems, to fully fledged design posters or anything in between. It's a pretty open scope. And we will then take those all in, collate them and get them printed to be shown in public shared spaces in and around your community. If that is something that you're interested in, or anyone that you know that's under 25 might be interested in, you can get a little bit more info from our flyer or pop us an email at getinvolved@nonsuchtheatre.com. Thank you very much, guys, and have a great day.
Thanks, Maeve. Fabulous at Nonsuch Theatre. Our last story of the day is from Councillor David Mellon. He welcomed us into the morning session with a very special message. And now, David, who is a veteran storyteller of children's stories, has read to thousands of children over the past few years, is going to read us our last story of RSE Day. But don't go away. Come back for some poems and a goodbye afterwards. But for now, enjoy David's story. Thank you, David, for that story. Thank you to all our readers today. We've had some incredible stories, haven't we? One of my challenges for you for the day is pick yourself your favourite story and make sure you read it sometime very soon. We've also had examples of your work, your stories, and specifically your poems. And our last creative item of the day is 4 poems that have been sent to us from Dovecote School. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to have a look at those poems and read them for you. Here we are. First poem is by Connor, called Love Is. Love is something everybody likes. Maybe you feel it when riding your bike. Sometimes your friends are there for you. They make you feel loved. I know they do. So, when you're sad or feeling down, Talk to friends. They'll flip that frown. So just remember that you'll be loved. Love is something everyone loves. This poem's called Someone I Admire. It's by Pollyanna. When she talks to me, my heart fills with glee. But when she needs to eat her tea, I miss her more than I miss the sea. Her name is Ellie, and she loves jelly, but she doesn't love it that much. Definitely not as much as me. Thanks, Connor. Thanks, Pollyanna. They're fabulous. We've got 2 more as well. These are also from Dovecote. You've been busy today, haven't you, Dovecote? Fabulous work. This poem's by Joel. It's called When I See My Friends. When I see my friends, we'll have no need to call. When I see my friends, we'll have a game of footy. When I see my friends, we'll have an ice cream. When I see my friends, we'll play some games. When I see my friends, we'll have a big hug. This one's also called When I See My Friends. And this is by Amy. When I see my friends, when I see my friends, we'll dance and laugh and sing just like we did before. I just can't wait to see my friends, to be with them all, once and for all. Connor, Pollyanna, Joel, Amy, what a fabulous way to finish RSE Day 2020. Thanks for taking us out on a high. We've had an amazing day and I hope you have too. I've got to thank RSE Day team, Catherine and all her colleagues, and also the colleagues at Sex Education Organisation for helping support and make this go national. Challenge Nottingham, Kathy and all her cohort there have absolutely dug up trees to make today happen. I'm really grateful to them. And also to Glenn and Manjit for helping out in the studio today, along with the incredible Lewis and incredible Joe, who have been behind the scenes making everything happen. But also to all our colleagues and teachers out there, not just in Nottingham, but across the country, who have been bringing RSE Day into the school and also helping spread the word and making sure it reached into people's homes too. Thanks to all the mums and dads and parents and carers and grandparents who have been with us today. Most of all, thank you to you. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for sharing the day. Thanks for sending us all your art and your poems. Thanks for thinking and creating and listening. And I'm going to leave you with a little challenge which I know you'll be up to. Do something for yourself that makes you feel loved. But also, do something for somebody else that makes them feel loved too. And that's our challenge. Keep sending us your work. Keep sending us your thoughts. Find all the work from today on challengenottingham.co.uk. challengenottingham.co.uk. Let's stay in touch. Let's keep building the RSE community. Until then, and until next time we have a chance to meet, either online or in person, you've been fantastic. Take care. Goodbye for now. See you later.